appraisal review or something. For everyone in the gallery, what's going on? All your taku teams up there, aren't they?
Yeah, they must be expecting something. I don't know what.
Mr. Speaker.
Almighty God, we give thanks for the blessings which have been bestowed upon us. Laying aside all personal interests, we acknowledge the King and pray for guidance in our deliberations, that we may conduct the affairs of this House with wisdom, justice, mercy and humility for the welfare and peace of New Zealand. Amen.
I'm sure that members will wish to welcome Senior Lieutenant General Lee Tan Toi, Chairman of the Vietnam National Assembly's Committee for National Defence, Security and Foreign Affairs, and his accompanying delegation who are joining us in the gallery. The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Today the House will adjourn until Tuesday 9 September. I feel a bit the same. That week we'll have the estimates debate and the third reading of the main appropriation bill. Wednesday will be extended into Thursday morning for the first reading of the Kororepo Pā vesting bill and other government business.
3 petitions have been delivered to the clerk for presentation.
Petition of Yan Wang requesting that the House urge the government to provide once-a-year blood tests to those over 50 to identify chronic diseases. Petition of Kirsten Murfitt requesting that the House urge the government to publicly release the original contract between Pfizer-BioNTech and the government for the supply of the COVID-19 vaccines. Petition of Fleur Fitzsimons requesting the House urge the government to reverse all pay equity claim cancellations, undo the recent changes to the Equal Pay Act and swiftly deliver settlements to all workers left waiting.
Those petitions stand referred to the Petitions Committee. Ministers have delivered 3 papers.
Statements of performance expectations for the 2025-26 year for the Civil Aviation Authority of New Zealand and the Aviation Security Service, Maritime New Zealand and the Transport Accident Investigation Commission.
Those papers are published under the authority of the House. No select committee reports have been delivered to the clerk. The clerk has been informed of the introduction of a bill.
Te piri whakahoki I a Kororepo Pā vesting bill, introduction.
Members have been in receipt of a letter from Rachel Boyack seeking to debate Understanding Order 399, the government's response to the proposal by Carter Holt Harvey to close the Eves Valley sawmill. This is a particular case of recent occurrence. However, no government response has been disclosed in the member's application. There is no minister responsible for the decisions of a publicly listed company. The application is declined. We come to oral questions. First, the name of the Honourable Carmel Sepuloni.
Mr. Speaker, to the Minister for Workplace Relations and Safety, does she stand by her statement, quote, "I am a woman that stands for women in this Parliament," end quote? If so, how many women, if any, will receive increased pay because of her government's pay equity changes?
The Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I do stand by my statement that I am a woman and I stand for women in this Parliament. To the second part of the member's question, I'm afraid I cannot answer it because the outcomes of pay equity bargaining will depend on the merits of the case and negotiations between the bargaining parties.
Supplementary. Why are 180,000 workers, mostly women, being forced to carry the cost of this government's poor budget decisions?
Mr. Speaker, that's just not true. They're not being asked to carry any cost. We are simply ensuring that the pay equity system does what it says it does, which is to stamp out genuine cases of sex-based discrimination.
Mr. Speaker, why is the Minister pushing Pasifika women further backwards on pay equity when over a lifetime Pasifika women earn almost $500,000 less than a Pākehā man?
Mr. Speaker, that's just not true. The pay equity system remains. People can still take a claim for pay equity. Whether or not a claim is found to have merit is not my responsibility as a minister, and I don't collectively bargain on behalf of the government.
How can the minister justify erasing pay equity gains for women when wahine Māori are still paid 15% less than men?
Mr. Speaker, I may start repeating myself, so I apologise if that's the case, but the pay equity system remains and people can take a pay equity claim no matter what race they may be.
Supplementary. Does she agree with Dame Judy McGregor, who says that the ministers...
The member will start the questions again, and people who might have a comment would do well to refrain from making it.
Does she agree with Dame Judy McGregor, who says that the minister's pay equity changes, quote, are the most egregious recent example of disregard for the human rights of women in Aotearoa, end quote? If not, why not?
Mr. Speaker, no.
Supplementary. Is Tony McCombs correct to say the only winners from the government's pay equity changes, quote, are landlords, lobbyists, and those clinging to power with cold fingers and colder hearts? This coalition government reeks of privilege and the rot of self-interest, end quote. If not, why not?
Mr. Speaker, no.
How can she claim
Just
she
hold
stands...
on, hold on. You may not like a question, but it's addressed to the minister and no one else in the House, and we're silent while questions are asked.
How can she claim she stands for women when, under this government, more women are unemployed, 33 pay equity claims have been cancelled, and teachers and nurses are having to strike to get a pay increase that fairly keeps up with the cost of living?
Mr. Speaker, of course I stand up for women. And I would suspect that every woman in this House wants women across New Zealand to do well and succeed and be there to support themselves and their family and their wider community. I would be surprised if anybody disagreed with that. Maybe that member does. I can't speak for her. However, I do acknowledge that there are people across our economy who are struggling and doing it really tough, from the private sector and the public sector. And my job as a minister is to ensure that we have a flexible labour market that allows for more and better job opportunities for women and for men.
Question to Tākuta Ferris.
Tēnā koe te pika. Wakupātai ki te minita take whakawhanake Māori, kia tama pōtaka. What advice, if any, has he received from officials on the implications of the Supreme Court's decision that the beds of navigable rivers form part of the common marine and coastal area as defined in MACA, and recognition orders may extend to them?
Point of order, Stuart Smith.
Mr. Speaker, the questioner is wearing a T-shirt with a political slogan on it, which is against Speaker's rulings, and I believe that may even have a party logo, again, which you have ruled is not allowed in the House.
Speaker, the point of order.
Thank you. It is not a political slogan.
Sorry, I was still addressing you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't start addressing me till I've finished.
Sorry.
Now you can.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It, just to assist the House, it is not a political slogan and it is not a Māori Party slogan. Thank you. Just to inform the House. Thank you.
Tākuta Ferris. Sorry, the Honourable Tama Potaka.
E te maunga o te whare. As the Minister for Māori Development, none, but I have received a range of positive advice around the government's efforts to support Māori housing through partnering to build affordable homes in iconic and majestic places like Te Kao with Te Aupōuri, or Hopu Hopu with Waikato Tainui, and of course Te Kuiti with Māti Maniapoto.
Supplementary. Does he agree with the Supreme Court that Acts of Parliament have not sufficiently or clearly extinguished Māori customary rights or title to navigable riverbeds.
E te maunga o te whare. I have not read or heard any advice to that effect, and as the Minister for Māori Development, I am not responsible for receiving, in the first instance, the advice in relation to that matter.
Pātaano, has he been consulted by the Minister of Justice, there he is, on any potential changes to the Marine and Coastal Area Bill that would extinguish or limit Māori customary rights to riverbeds in response to the Supreme Court's ruling?
E te maunga o te whare. Kaore anō au kia kōrero ki te minita mō ngā taha ture. Hoi anō, kaore e tuku ana e nei momo kōrero ki tērā minita. Nei e hāngai ana te mema ki ngā tikanga me ngā ritenga o tēnei whare. Ka mōhui o hoki ā ia, ko te tangata tōtika ki te whakautu I tana pātai ngāwari nei. Kei reira, kei te minita mō ngā mahi whakataunga kreme tiriti.
Point of order, the Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr Speaker, I've let the couple of questions run, but I do just want to draw your attention to Speaker's ruling 186/6 about opinions being sought that in effect are asking for a legal interpretation, not being permitted understanding orders. The first supplementary from Mr Ferris in particular asked whether or not the Minister agreed with the Supreme Court, which is essentially asking for a legal interpretation. So I think we're okay. I'm just drawing your attention to we don't want to stray into territory that is dangerous.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure what you were drawing my attention to. It's not unreasonable. It's not unreasonable to ask if a minister has an opinion. That gets asked quite frequently.
Pātaano.
Tākuta Ferris.
What impact will the government's decision to forge on with the Marine and Coastal Area Amendment Bill have on Māori Crown relationships when these changes will lead to rehearing, decision reversals, and millions more being spent on re-litigation?
E te maunga o te whare. All those matters are hypothetical at this point in time, and I implore the member opposite asking those questions to put those types of questions to the Minister responsible for the portfolios and that which lie in his bailiwick.
Supplementary question, the Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Was the Minister having difficulty answering the question because whatever the Supreme Court was deliberating on, it was not on MACA but on a piece of legislation not described that way?
Well, I don't know that he's got responsibility for what the Supreme Court was actually meaning. I beg your pardon?
You and your clerk have, and you've missed it. This question makes no sense because there was no such decision.
Look, I've got to tell the member I'm sick to death of his trying to rewrite standing orders, trying to rewrite procedure of the House, and trying to tell me how to do the job. If he doesn't like it, there's a remedy for him and he should use it. In the meantime, the question has been accepted and the question stands. If anybody knows me in this House, they know I hate acronyms. And the sight of it today has particularly annoyed me.
Pātaano.
No, okay, yep.
Is it fair that whānau and hapu who rely on customary kai gathering for survival should have their unfettered access rights diminished in the midst of a cost of living crisis?
E te maunga o te whare. I'm not an arbiter of fairness, but what I will say is in the Hauraki Gulf Marine Protection Bill, we continue to preserve customary fishing independent on the biodiversity objectives that were previously forced upon by the previous administration on customary fishing.
Supplementary question, the Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
To the Minister, is he aware that it is the Minister of Treaty Negotiations, Treaty of Waitangi negotiations that is responsible for the Marine and Coastal Area Act, and if the general practice is if somebody wants to ask questions on a particular portfolio, they should ask it to the right Minister?
He te maunga o te whare. I welcome that observation.
Sit down. That's a question that really is just inviting disorder, asking the House, another minister about his competence is not something that looks good for the government. Takatai Ferris.
Pātai anō. What is the minister's response to hapu and iwi who may find their takutai moana subject to a tourist levy or a Department of Conservation concession for development by overseas investors such as Ngāti Hei at Cathedral Cove?
Te whare, I can observe that the collaboration between Te Papa Atawhai, the Department of Conservation, and Ngāti Hei at Te Whanganui Hei, Mautohe Cathedral Cove, has been ongoing and continuing. And for all other matters in reliance to the member's question, that is purely speculation.
Pātai anō, whakamutunga. Does he agree with the Minister of Justice that raising the threshold for Māori customary marine title restores the original intent of the 2011 Takutai Moana Act? Or does he agree with the author of the 2011 Takutai Moana Act, who has said that this government's amendments undermine that intent?
E te maunga te whare, nā te whare pāre mata I whakarite mai ai I tērā ture mo te takutai moana.
Question number 3. Point of order. It better be a point of order that's quite new and not dealt with today.
Well, I don't think it has been dealt with. I want you to refer you to 62/3 Speaker's ruling and to 20/4 about, and I think you could settle the matter by asking the member what is on his T-shirt, because I think, Mr Speaker, you're opening the door for people to wear T-shirts.
This is a day for the government to account for itself. This is the time for the government to account for itself. I'll certainly look at those points of those Speaker's rulings, but not immediately. Nancy Lou.
Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister of Finance and asks, what recent reports has she seen on the economy?
Mr Speaker, yesterday the Reserve Bank released the latest monetary policy statement. As members will be aware, this conveyed the bank's decision to reduce the official cash rate to 3% and signal a forward track that is lower than previously expected. The Reserve Bank's announcement has had an immediate impact on retail interest rates, which have reduced on top of significant reductions that have already occurred over the past year. These reductions have lowered the cost of borrowing for New Zealand households and businesses, delivering much needed cost of living relief and supporting the economic recovery.
Supplementary question. What did the Reserve Bank say about the current state of the economy?
Mr Speaker, the Reserve Bank highlights the fact that export-focused parts of the economy are currently doing well, supported by high dairy, meat and horticulture prices. Activity remains subdued, however, in many industries reliant on domestic demand. The bank expects that in the past quarter, the one that ended on 30 June, the economy contracted slightly, reflecting temporary factors such as high global economic uncertainty. But it expects the economy to be growing again now as those temporary factors pass and as the stimulus of lower interest rates transmits through the economy. It expects unemployment to peak at 5.3%, slightly lower than Treasury was predicting in its pre-election update in 2023.
Supplementary question. What did the Reserve Bank say about their outlook for the economy in the future?
Mr Speaker, looking ahead, the Reserve Bank expects economic growth to pick up strongly in the last quarter of 2025 and persist across 26 and 27. Growth is supported by the stimulus from lower interest rates, continuing to transmit to higher domestic demand and as the effects of global economic uncertainty wane. As the economy picks up, the unemployment rate is forecast to fall steadily. This isn't me expecting higher growth and lower unemployment. This is the independent Reserve Bank.
Supplementary question. What did the Reserve Bank say about the inflation outlook?
Well, Mr Speaker, the Reserve Bank expects inflation to be at the top of the 1 to 3% target band in the current quarter, but thereafter to fall quickly towards the 2% midpoint. The bank also had a point about inflation that is worth quoting. It said, declining government spending as a share of the economy is expected to reduce inflationary pressure in the medium term. That is a key part of the government's fiscal strategy. Our sensible economic management is actively supporting inflation and interest rates to be lower than they otherwise would be, meaning fewer cost pressures for New Zealanders.
Question number 4, the Honourable Giantinetti.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Minister for Workplace Relations and Safety, will she rule out any changes to the Employment Relations Act 2000 that would weaken working people's right to strike? If not, why not?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
I can confirm that I do not currently have any planned work in this area. However, I cannot rule in or out future changes in any policy area because government decisions are made at Cabinet.
Will she rule out any changes to working people's right to strike?
Mr Speaker, I don't wish to repeat myself like I had to in the previous question. I made myself quite clear in the primary answer.
Has she sought or received advice on imposing additional requirements on working people before they can access strike action?
Mr Speaker, I don't believe I have.
Will the government introduce barriers such as mandatory mediation periods prior to people being legally able to strike?
Mr Speaker, like I said, I have not personally requested or asked for any advice in this area, but I would highly suspect if the questioner keeps going down this line like her colleague did yesterday, you might be starting to give the government a lot of thoughts.
A point of order, the Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
Thank you, sir. The question was whether the government is planning to make the changes outlined in the question. The response was that the Minister has not personally sought advice. That actually doesn't address the question. Whether there is work underway by the government that is related to that portfolio isn't addressed by the Minister confirming whether she sought advice.
Or her office. Yeah, the Minister might like to expand on whether that advice has been sought by her office as a Minister.
I haven't received...
Sorry. Do you want to come and sit in the chair or something? Because you've got so much to say, it's unbelievable. Just let the person answer the question.
I haven't asked for, nor have my officials given me advice in this area. I was responsible for the partial strikes legislation that was taken through this House only a few months ago, which I understand has been implemented and is working well. However, that is not another area that I'm doing future work at this stage.
The Honourable Giantinetti.
Thank you. Will the government introduce limitations on when strikes can start, such as only allowing strikes during the school holidays?
Like I mentioned to the member before, the member may wish to stop giving other colleagues of mine some ideas.
Question 5. When the House is all settled, Tamatha Paul.
Tēnā koe te maanga o te whare. My question is to the Minister of Housing and asks, does he stand by his statement to the Wellington Chamber of Commerce that the housing crisis is, quote, state neglect on an industrial scale, unquote? And if so, is he doing enough to end that neglect?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr Speaker, yes I do. The government has a comprehensive plan to fix the fundamentals of our housing and urban land markets through going for housing growth. It involves freeing up land, fixing infrastructure funding and financing, and creating incentives for growth. In the long term, ultimately, that is the way to fix New Zealand's housing crisis.
Supplementary. Why have 0 of the 1,500 new community housing places announced in Budget 2024 been allocated to Wellington City, especially when rough sleeping is up 24% from last year?
Some of those places have been allocated to Wellington City. I don't have the exact numbers with me, but some of them have been allocated to Wellington, and there will be continued allocations out of that 1,500 in the weeks and months ahead.
can he guarantee that the number of community housing places allocated to Wellington City will be sufficient to address the 328 homeless people in Wellington City, 141 rough sleepers in Wellington City, and the 775 people on the public housing wait list?
The government's got an active program of work in Wellington and other cities around addressing all of these issues. As the member knows, I think from her own time at a local council level, all of these problems are connected together. Ultimately, what we're trying to build as a government is a housing system in which there is downward pressure on rents. There is support provided for those who need it, particularly those who are rough sleeping and in difficult circumstances. And our overriding mantra when it comes to social housing is trying to make sure that the right houses are built in the right place for the right people and the right support is provided to those people. That's not the status quo at the moment. I fully acknowledge that. That's why we're working so hard to change the system so that we better calibrate government support around the need that is evident in particular regions and around particular cohorts of people.
Does he accept that cancelling 100 new homes in Rongotai, freezing progress on 300 new homes in Wellington Central, and allocating 0 of the new community housing places to Wellington City means that Wellington City is seeing hundreds fewer new public houses under this government?
No, I don't accept that, and there's some factual inaccuracies in what the member just said.
Okay. How much does homelessness need to increase for the Minister to accept that he needs to reverse their changes on emergency housing criteria?
Well, Mr Speaker, I'm open to sensible changes around emergency housing, but I do just want to warn the member and others that it would be intolerable for this government and I think for the country to go back to a situation we had previously in which emergency housing was a free-for-all. And in a 5-year period as a country, as a government, we spent $1.4 billion housing families, including young children, in dark, damp motels. We are not prepared to get ourselves back to that situation. That's why we introduced the Priority 1 policy, which has so far seen over 2,000 kids move out of those motels and into warm, dry homes. The member, I think, should also reflect on our wider planning system. The member may have seen the example of the New Plymouth man who was in a motel for over 3 years with a disability, with a young son. Finally, that man has been able to move out of a motel into a Aotearoa house. Fantastic for him and for his whānau. But it took 18 months to get resource consent and building consent to retrofit the house. That is why all of the housing changes the government is making, including with the building consent system, are so important. It is ridiculous that we live in a country in which it takes 18 months to get consent to put a ramp in a house so that someone with a disability can move out of a motel into a social house.
Will he accept the invitation from local service providers and businesses to walk the streets of Newtown and get an understanding of why the local community are desperate for wraparound support services, accelerated affordable housing solutions, and a focused government response to growing homelessness, or is their preference to simply kick people to the streets, to tents, and to sleep in their cars?
Well, Mr Speaker, my preference is actually to go and meet with frontline service providers, as I've done alongside Minister Potaka in the last few weeks, including the WISE Group, the Auckland City Mission, Downtown Community Ministry in Wellington, that I know the member has a passing familiarity with. My preference is to actually go and meet with those providers and ask them, as I have done, what would work on the ground to try and improve the situation for rough sleepers, and we are working on that. No one in this House wants to live in a country in which people sleep rough. No one wants to live in a country in which people who need housing support don't get it. That's why the government is working so hard to change the system so that we can create a situation where the right houses are built in the right place for the right people. That's not what we have right now. That's why we're changing the system.
Question number 6, Tim Vandermolen.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Defence. What recent announcement has she made about investment in defence?
The Honourable Judith Collins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, today I announced the first major investment decisions to be made as part of the Government's Defence Capability Plan. I was delighted to announce that the MH-60R Seahawk is the preferred option to replace the existing maritime helicopters, and that the Airbus 321XLR aircraft will replace the ageing 757 fleet. These represent once-in-a-generation investments in our national security to ensure our economic prosperity. It will ensure New Zealand has a critical combat-capable, interoperable and dependable fleet, and we need a force that's ready and equipped to do whatever it's asked for today, tomorrow and beyond, and to ensure we can deploy, deter, defend and respond to protect New Zealand, New Zealanders, our way of life and our economy. Thank you.
Supplementary. What capabilities will the new helicopters provide?
Oh. Well, Mr Speaker,
Look at that.
I could always wear it if you wanted, but you know. The MH-60R Seahawk. This is very nice. Just behave, everyone. And I'll pop that down.
Just before the Minister puts that away,
Yes.
It's a particularly handsome-looking desk model. Just send it my way, please.
Oh, thank you very much. The MH-60R Seahawk is a great aircraft for what New Zealand needs. The 5 new Seahawks will replace the ageing Sea Sprite fleet, and when I say ageing, I mean 4 of these were around in the 1960s. I'm reliably assured that one of their airframes was actually used in the Korean War. The new air maritime helicopters are versatile and add combat and deterrent capability to our naval fleet, and it's a helicopter used by Australia, the US and 7 other countries. These 5 Seahawks will increase the offensive and defensive capability and surveillance range of New Zealand's frigates and ensure we're interoperable with our ally Australia and our partner defence forces.
Supplementary. What capabilities will the new planes provide?
Well, we're replacing the 32-year-old Boeing 757 fleet with 2 new Airbus A321 aircraft. These extra long-range aircraft will be capable of returning safely from Antarctica if they are unable to land due to conditions on the ice. This is not a capability that we've ever had before, because we have had to know when our people fly down to Antarctica to drop people in or rescue them or anything else, that there is a point of no return. There's nowhere for them to go if they can't land on the ice. This is going to fix that. They will be able to also fly as far as Singapore without needing to stop and refuel, and it's a decision that reflects the need for New Zealand to have a reliable aircraft to deploy our personnel, deliver military equipment and humanitarian aid, support the evacuation of civilians and transport government trade and diplomatic delegations quickly over long distances, often at short notice. Just to remember that we are responsible in New Zealand for the 4th largest search and rescue area in the world, and one of the largest exclusive economic zones in the world, so we have to make sure our people actually have the equipment they need to do their job.
Supplementary. How do these investment decisions contribute to the Government's Defence Capability Plan?
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. These $2.7 billion of investment decisions are part of the $12 billion in planned commitments outlined in the Defence Capability Plan I announced a few months ago. The DCP provides the foundation for doubling our defence spending in the next 8 years, and 2 yearly reviews of the plan will allow us to adapt as the security environment continues to change. These decisions show how quickly the Government is responding to a sharply deteriorating security environment. Men and women of our Defence Force step up time and time again, do an outstanding job. And I noticed I heard something from over that side. Let me just tell you, when you're out at sea or you're lost in a boat or your kid's in a kayak, who do you call? You call our Defence Force, so stop bagging our defence. What a foolish thing to say.
Question 7. Question 7. Tangi Aotearoa. Just wait for a moment, Mr Aotearoa.
Malo ilelei, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Local Government. Does he stand by his refusal to answer questions about water affordability yesterday? If so, why?
The Honourable
I do
Simon
not
Watts.
accept the premise of that question. I back local water done well to deliver, and I'll ask the questions on that any day of the week.
Supplementary. How can he justify celebrating the passage of his water reform laws this week when Council's own plans now show Christchurch families facing increases of $900, Hamilton families $1,700 and Selwyn $1,800, all directly under his model?
Well, Mr Speaker, we have given councils the tools to get water on a financially sustainable footing. What that looks like will be different between different councils. The government's approved changes have already seen in water care in Auckland alone save households in Auckland $900 million over 4 years.
Why has the government focused on so-called financial sustainability of water providers while refusing to include any requirement that costs remain affordable for ratepayers?
Well, Mr Speaker, it is easy for that side of the House to hold up paper numbers from a failed co-governed mega entities, a model that they were proposing. Between the 4 councils with approved plans already, these changes have been made, including water care. They've affected over 2 million Kiwis are now getting financially sustainable local water done well. That's 2 million more people, Mr Speaker, than the failed Three Waters mega entity reforms. And I'll answer questions on Three Waters any day of the week.
Why has he designed a system that leaves councils to go it alone that will create more than 40 water entities in a country of 5 million people, and in doing so has limited scale, efficiency and borrowing power, which, as his own advice says, will drive up bills for households?
Well, Mr Speaker, I reject the premise of that question. This government promised local water done well, and we are delivering it. If Labor wants to stand up here and say they're going to bring back Three Waters, then good luck. See you at the ballot box.
Just a minute. With all due respect to the passion exhibited in this answer, using an answer to challenge an opposition party as outside of standing orders, don't continue with that line. Tangi Utikiri.
Supplementary. When he said he was out of time yesterday, was he actually referring to his tenure as local government minister, given the significant extra costs his water reforms will pile onto households?
Well, sadly, that is a question that you can answer. It's about.
With respect, Mr Speaker, that side of the House has no basis to talk about water reform. Their failed co-governed mega entities model was a failure, and I will stand by local water done well every day of this week because we are delivering financially sustainable water to Kiwi households, and I am proving that through the delivery we're doing.
Just everyone will now just take a moment to calm down, and we'll go to question 8, Remanakli.
Malo, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Local Government and asks, what recent announcements has he made about the progress of local water done well legislation?
Mr Speaker, this government campaigned on restoring community ownership of water assets, and local water done well received its 3rd and final reading this week. After years of back and forth on water reform, local ownership and sustainability for water services is now here, and councils are getting on with delivering their plans.
Supplementary. What water delivery plans has he seen?
Well, Madam Speaker, at the core of local water done well is community choice, which means that councils can choose the shape of their plans as long as they meet the tests set out around quality and sustainability, meaning that they can cover their costs and service their debt. I'm pleased to see that despite the due date not being the 3rd of September, plans for Selwyn, Waimakariri and a joint Waikato-Hamilton CCO have already been approved. Combined with the changes to Water Care Charter that was made last year, now over 2 million New Zealanders are already getting local water done well.
Blue Water's ahead. Supplementary. What will local water done well mean for communities and ratepayers?
Well, Madam Speaker, water is a critical infrastructure, and everyone in this House would acknowledge that it has been underinvested in for too long, and things have to change. Local water done well strikes the right balance by keeping these assets in local hands while making the needed changes. Most importantly, it ensures water investments are made and services are professionally run, ultimately saving ratepayers money.
Supplementary. What is his ideal number of water entities?
Madam Speaker, local water done well is about quality, not quantity. Whether it's a multi-council CCO, like in the Waikato, a single council entity like Water Care, or an in-house model like in Waimakariri, our priority is to ensure affordable services, and we're getting that done.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Minister for Energy. How many households, if any, have been brought out of energy hardship this winter as a result of government policies?
Honourable Simon Watts.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is not possible to give a precise number of households lifted out of energy hardship this winter, as that data is not yet available. But what I can say is that this government is providing direct support through programs like Warmer Kiwi Homes, which this government has expanded to reach an additional 300,000 households, saving these families up to $340 per year. We're also tackling the root causes of high costs by boosting competition and driving new generation, with the strongest pipeline of new projects in 15 years. Madam Speaker, households will continue to see further downward pressure on prices.
Supplementary.
A point of order, right, Honourable Winston.
Madam Chair, not now, but perhaps later you can check the Hansard record and see whether or not that questioner asked the question that was on the order paper or one that he just left words out of. And I think you'll find that's what he did. All I'm trying to say is, after all this time, perhaps they can start learning how this place operates.
Yeah, I will check the Hansard, Mr. Peters. I was following the question, and if I missed something, then my apologise, but I will check it later. I'm sure. I was sure he answered the question correctly, but I'll promise to check. Scott Willis.
Thank you. Does he accept that energy is an essential service fundamental to human well-being? If not, why not?
Well, Mr. Speaker, absolutely we do. But we also know that at the moment, when times are tough, with rising energy prices putting pressure on Kiwi households, the government needs to respond, and we are responding to support those in energy hardship. Things that we are doing include the support for the Energy Education and Communities Program, the Winter Energy Payment, Warming Kiwi Homes, the Healthy Homes Initiative, the Electricity Authority Consumer Care Obligations, ECA's tip for saving power on household bills, and funding for Consumers New Zealand's Power Switch. Under the last government, 110,000 households reported that they couldn't afford to keep their home adequately warm.
Does he think it is fair for the gentailers to yet again be paying out hundreds of millions in dividends for this essential service, while tens of thousands of households are in energy hardship, cannot afford to heat their homes, are living in cold, damp, desperate conditions?
Well, Madam Speaker, on this side of the House, we are absolutely aware that we need more competition in our energy market, and we recognise that the status quo is not tolerable. As a result of that, this government is taking actions in order to put downward pressure on Kiwi power bills. An announcement yesterday by the Electricity Authority in order to ensure that gentailers are not able to sell to themselves cheaper than the rate at which they provide to independent retailers is a good example of the mandatory action we are taking against the big players in this market to ensure Kiwi households are getting a fair price on their energy.
Supplementary. What is his response to Kim from Upper Hutt, who's a pensioner, wheelchair user and full-time carer for her adult son, who said, quote, "My last power bill was quite high. It was a lot higher than I could budget for. It took my breath away, to be honest, and I am just sick of being constantly cold."
Well, Madam Speaker, on this side of the House, we understand that tackling the cost of living crisis and keeping energy prices under control is a significant and major priority. The first thing that we did on this side of the House was to undo the damaging policies from the last government that pushed up prices and scared off investment. The sector is now delivering market-led solutions. Regulators are taking steps to ensure that the market operates fairly, and we are strongly supporting a market-led approach because it encourages more competition, delivers results, and importantly, Madam Speaker, lowers prices for Kiwis.
Does he agree with Consumer New Zealand Power Switch manager Paul Fuge, who said that, quote, "Providers of essential services must not place commercial interests above consumer safety and well-being. Electricity retailers, by choosing to operate in this space, accept a duty of care. If they are unwilling or unable to meet that responsibility, they should not be permitted to serve the market. If not, why not?"
Well, Madam Speaker, our approach as a government is to ensure that we get on and actually deliver real changes. More competition in the energy market, more energy generation, security of supply so that prices come down for Kiwi households and reliability improves. That is the focus of this side of the House. That is the actions that we are undertaking, and that is a priority. Why, Madam Speaker? Because on this side of the House, we are focused on dealing with tangible actions that deal with the cost of living crisis that we inherited coming into this government. And we are working every single day damn hard to make changes that will improve this country, because a mess that we inherited from the last bunch is not the legacy we will leave.
Quiet, we've got a question coming.
Does he stand by his statement that small surgical interventions will make a big difference and drive real results for Kiwi households and businesses in relation to the energy system? If so, why does he not think that major structural transformation of the energy sector is required to address the cost of living crisis?
Well, Madam Speaker, this government's vision is for a dynamic, competitive energy market that delivers affordable and reliable power to Kiwis. The government has already taken actions to ensure that our energy system is secure and affordable. We are currently considering a report on the broader energy market, and we will have more to say on that in due course.
Question number 10, Ingrid Leary.
My question is to the Minister for Mental Health. Why are mental health providers only receiving a 3% increase in funding when internally delivered mental health budgets are increased by considerably more?
I've been advised that the Minister's primary answer might be longer than normal.
While there has been an uplift in funding for mental health providers, Health New Zealand delivered services will not automatically receive the remainder of the ring-fence uplift once mental health NGOs have received their 3%. Cost pressures funding for Health New Zealand is to cover both price uplifts and demographic growth. While price uplifts are aligned with inflationary pressures at 3%, demographic growth and anticipated increased demand for services is also to be covered by this funding. There's a range of other cost pressures and new initiatives that also need to be funded from the envelope, many of which are still in train or under negotiation.
Was the decision to increase funding for community mental health providers by only a third of what Health New Zealand is getting based on modelling or data, or were they just picking a number out of the air?
Well, Madam Speaker, what they were modelling on was in fact one of the biggest barriers to timely mental health and addiction support in New Zealand is too many workforce vacancies. That's why that is one of my top priorities. That's why coming to office, we've grown the frontline Health New Zealand funded mental health workforce by almost 10%. That's what that uplift is paying for.
Supplementary. How can he justify the budget disparity given that at the same time his government has cut pay equity claims covering many of the lowest paid community mental health workers?
Well, Madam Speaker, I can justify that uplift because part of that uplift is going towards government priorities. For the first time in a long time, we funded more forensic mental health inpatient beds under that uplift, an extra $5.88 million under budget 25-26.
Supplementary. How does pitting one part of the sector against the other lead to better mental health outcomes for those in need?
Well, Madam Speaker, what I can commit to is I've already tasked Health New Zealand to work with NGOs. They are led by a sector body group called Platform. They are going to review the cost pressure model for 26-27, but on top of that, I've sent a very clear instruction to move to phasing away for singular contracts to give those community providers more tenure and sustainability in their contracts going forward.
Supplementary. Why is the Minister restricting the community mental health sector funding when it will cause even more workforce burnout and worsen mental health outcomes for those in need of support?
Well, Madam Speaker, in tight times, I'm very proud to stand on our record. In 2 budgets now, we have significantly increased the mental health and addiction ring fence funding from $2.4 billion. It went up to 2.6 after the last budget, after 2.8. But what I will point out is one of the reasons there is an uplift in Health New Zealand services is we've got more people at the front line working compared to when that government was last in office, that opposition.
Question number 11, Joseph Mooney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Land Information. What is the government doing to make it easier to deliver critical infrastructure projects?
Honourable Chris Pink.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Soon Parliament is set to pass amendments to the Public Works Act to cut delays and reduce costs on large infrastructure projects. We'll be able to cut costs while being more generous to individual landowners. We know that as a country we need to do better in the delivery of these projects as there is an urgent need to address our infrastructure deficit and to deliver critical projects at pace. This government is taking decisive action so we can build the infrastructure that Kiwis desperately need.
Supplementary. What specific changes are included in the bill?
Madam Speaker, the new accelerated land acquisition process includes changes that make it faster and fairer and more certain for landowners, including in relation to fast-track approval consented projects. These include incentive payments of 15% of the value of the land, capped at $150,000, available to landowners who agree early. Recognition payments, being all landowners whose land is acquired under the accelerated process to receive a 5% recognition payment additional to the value of their property, capped at $92,000, and replacement ejections process so that submissions will be considered by the relevant decision maker rather than being mired in the Environment Court processes, speeding up resolution by months or even years.
Supplementary. What projects will be eligible for this streamlined pathway?
Madam Speaker, the pathway is available to public projects in Schedule 2 of the Fast Track Approvals Act, consented thereunder, as well as roads of national significance in the Government Policy Statement on Land Transport 2024. These will all be eligible for the pathway. They include projects such as the Northland Corridor Improvement Programme, which includes the alternative to the Brynderwyn Hills, Transpower's Cook Strait HVDC cable replacement, a second Ashburton Bridge, and close to my own heart as member for Kaipiraki Mahurangi, the Express Northern Busway.
Supplementary. Is the government planning more changes to the Public Works Act?
Madam Speaker, we are. Further reforms will ensure that the Crown and councils can deliver for New Zealanders across a broader range of projects by modernising the law, streamlining the processes, improving landowner engagement and introducing new tools to support disaster recovery, all while protecting and respecting private property rights. Legislation with wider amendments will be introduced to Parliament later this year, with the public able to provide feedback through the Select Committee process, and I encourage them to do so.
Question number 12, Reuben Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Science, Innovation and Technology. Does he stand by his statement that we are, quote, reforming our science sector to better support a growing economy and provide higher paying jobs for New Zealanders, end quote?
Madam Speaker.
Honourable Shane Jones.
Yes, the reforms the member refers to will be unlocking the full potential of our research to contribute towards economic growth and development.
Supplementary. How many science jobs have been lost because of the Crown Research Institute restructure?
No jobs have been lost. People have been reassigned and invited to apply for fresh jobs.
Supplementary. Does he regret releasing an AI framework with spelling mistakes and apparent AI hallucinations, but no workforce strategy to protect New Zealand jobs?
Given that we are talking about scientists, they can improve their performance.
Supplementary. Can he confirm he has been unable to get the required support from his coalition partners to get the gene technology bill over the line?
The reference to the gene technology bill is work in progress.
Supplementary. How can he expect New Zealanders to have confidence in him when at every corner jobs are lost, even more are put at risk, and he has no plan to protect them?
In actual fact, as a part of these reforms, $60 million has been dedicated to supercritical geothermal energy, which will completely rewrite the costs and the sustainability of energy sources, and considerable amounts of effort will be put into the minerals sector, including a long-term future of coal.
There's a point of order here from Honourable Kieran.
Thank you very much. In light of that last answer, I think it's really important that the House is clear as to whether Minister Jones is answering as the acting minister or on behalf of the minister.
Would Minister Jones, could you please clarify? I took it on behalf of. Am I correct?
Too late. It's not too late at all.
Speaking to the point of order, the moment has passed.
No, it has not. Point of order. Madam Speaker.
Point of order, Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
Point of order. There is a convention in this House that we take members at their word. And if they are answering a question without indicating they're doing it on behalf of, there is an assumption that they are doing so in an acting capacity. But it became clear to me, especially with that last answer, that perhaps the minister wasn't. And if he was answering on behalf of, for the purposes of clarity in Hansard, he should make that clear.
Yeah, I think it's a fair question, fair point of order, and I would like the Minister to clarify what capacity he is speaking in, please.
Speaking point of order, perhaps the Speaker could elicit from the opposition member what is he talking about?
No, I'm very clear on the question that the opposition member is asking. He's asking for the Minister to clarify whether he's speaking as acting or on behalf of the Minister.
Yep, speaking to the point of order, I've given 4 or 5 answers. Which particular portion of an answer to the various questions is the opposition member seeking clarification on?
Well, I think the member has a very clear position in the House today. He's either answering on behalf of or acting, and would have been answering those questions in that capacity. So it would be very helpful if Minister Jones could clarify that position, please.
Obviously, I'm doing it on behalf of the Minister of Science, Innovation and Technology.
Thank you. Honourable David Seymour has a supplementary question.
As the Minister listened to that line of questioning, was he moved to wonder if artificial intelligence might be better than nothing?
I'm not sure that
Speaker.
Sorry, I can't hear. There's a lot of noise going on over here. And as long as it doesn't relate to attack on a member of the House, the Minister is able to answer that question. He has chosen not to. Thank you. Okay, that concludes oral questions. And I'm going to give the traditional 30 seconds for those people who are leaving the House to leave quietly. Thank you. Okay, that is sufficient time for the conversations. I'd ask that everyone now be quiet as I call on Government Order of the Day number 1.
Hauraki Gulf Tipaka Moana Marine Protection Bill, committee stage continued.
I declare... Well, I haven't declared the House in committee yet. Thank you. I declare the House in committee for further consideration of the Hauraki Gulf Tikapa Moana Marine Protection Bill.
It's in.
I think you might be waiting for Mr. Chair. Can you clarify that point to me?
You taking a point of order?
Wait till I leave the House and then the Chair will start.
Take a seat, people. All right, I'm going to read out the words. Members, the House is in committee on the Hauraki Gulf Tikapa Moana Marine Protection Bill. When the committee was last considering the bill, we were debating the preliminary clauses. Clauses 1 and 2, this is the debate on clauses 1 and 2, title and commencement. Arena Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we come to the title of the bill, this is an important debate. It is the only debate in which, if it is voted down by the House, then the bill is considered to have been defeated too. So it's right that we will spend some time being clear on both the title and the commencement provisions of this. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would like to propose an amendment to the title, which is the Hauraki Gulf saying one thing and doing the other bill. And that happens twice in this bill. The first time is in the Minister's amendment paper that was brought to the House at the final stage possible. Then the change that was made by the Minister was to remove every reference to hapu and whānau. Doesn't matter where it was, doesn't matter what it meant. Hapu and whānau out, only iwi in. And the problem with that, Mr. Chair, is that we might accept from this ideological government that all references to anything Māori must go. But no, that's not what the Minister did. In fact, he claimed over and over and over again in the committee stages that it would make no difference to those hapu out there every day, monitoring the shellfish beds that clean the pollution from our ocean, monitoring the kalupa that is a serious threat to the health of the Hauraki Gulf. No, he said, it won't make a change, it will be fine. Those hapu and those whānau don't need to down tools. The marae who have been working for generations to protect their seabed do not need to worry. So what is it, Minister? Are we getting rid of the whānau and hapu references at every stage? Doesn't matter where they are, doesn't matter what they do, we'll just get rid of it. Does that have a point? Or does it not? And I think it does, Minister, but I think you've told this House over and over again that what you want to be remembered for is for protecting Māori rights and interests in the Hauraki Gulf. But what this law does is something completely different. And you have name-dropped over and over again those people who you have consulted with, who have told us that they are uncomfortable with the way that those references are removed because it leaves them in a position where they do not know whether their projects, projects and protections will continue under this law, and that there is an uncertainty for them which causes them pause and makes them very unclear about whether they have a place around the negotiating table to make sure that biodiversity outcomes and environmental outcomes are still part of this law. We should be clear with people who protect our Hauraki Gulf what our intentions are in this House, and yet after committee stage questioning, after all sorts of interrogation on this bill, we still are none the wiser what the status of whānau and hapu is under this law. There's the second issue of saying one thing and doing the other in this bill, and it is that the Minister has tried to claim credit for passing a law which protects the Hauraki Gulf, when in fact he has introduced an amendment paper which undermines the protections within it for high protection areas. They're called high protection areas still. High protection, in which there can be fishing, in which there can be environmental degradation, in which boats will be able to put down anchor in areas of Kalupa and spread that around the Hauraki Gulf, which is desperately something we should be prohibiting, which the local council wants to protect, which local politicians are standing up for, but in this House we have a completely different approach, and we're still calling it high protection area. It should be called low protection area. It should be go for it and don't worry about it, because this generation of Aotearoa New Zealand won't have to deal with it, but our kids and their kids will have to. Our kids and their kids will have to deal with Kalupa in the Hauraki Gulf taking over. Our kids and their kids will have to deal with the locking out of whānau and hapu who do the great work now and won't be able to anymore. The Hauraki Gulf, say one thing and do the other bill. That is what this minister's record is as the Minister of Conservation. That is what he should call it. He should be clear with Aucklanders that this is another broken promise.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it is really important that we do look very carefully at the title of this bill, because this bill really matters, and it particularly matters to the communities in iwi and hapu of Tikapa Moana Hauraki Gulf. It matters because they literally spent over a decade, closer to 15 years actually, but definitely over a decade, of blood, sweat and tears to actually nut out and understand the issues of Tikapa Moana, put heads together and actually come up with a way forward. And what's really worthwhile remembering in this title is they did that because of the ecological losses. They did that because of the environmental dysfunction that people were seeing and observing in the Gulf, and all that effort went into it to actually enable this bill to be developed from the grassroots. And that's why it is so disappointing to have these government amendments which change it. And why we need to really carefully look at the title of this bill is because it is literally called the Hauraki Gulf Tikapa Moana Marine Protection Bill. Now, protection we know means different things to different people, but certainly on the whole, protection means specific things when it comes to, in this case, actual evidence-based biodiversity objectives. And that's the whole thrust of this bill. We want to protect those marine biodiversity objectives. We want to protect the life of the Gulf. We want it to return and restore so that our communities can get out there, enjoy nature, fish and swim, practice mahinga kai, and actually be part of that in the way that they have in the past and hopefully will do in the future. So I want to pick up and suggest some particular amendments to the title. And I think the first and foremost we heard through the committee stage, we heard somewhere that the impact of particularly these amendments that allow commercial fishing in these high protection areas. We heard that it was somewhere between being incompatible with the purpose and undermining biodiversity objectives to minimal impact. So I propose that we call this bill the Hauraki Gulf Tikapa Moana, somewhere between incompatible with the purpose, undermining biodiversity objectives and minimal impact Marine Protection Bill. But you're right, that is too long. So I think we could shorten it, and we could shorten it to the Hauraki Gulf Tikapa Moana compromised marine protection bill, and that would be in line with the Minister's absolute reiteration that this bill for this government is a compromise. We've heard it time and time again, so let's reflect that.
That's right, accuracy.
And not pretend that this is some kind of high protection, which it's not. We could also call it, and this is particularly when it comes to Minister Jones's influence in this bill, I think we could call it the Hauraki Gulf Tikapa Moana flawed justification of plunder for profit marine protection bill. Because this is what is happening when we are opening up these parts of the bill in the high protection areas to commercial fishing. It's a really shameful disappointment when it comes to the genesis of this entire process, the communities that have been a part of it, and I would really like to hear the Minister consider these titles. Thanks, Chair.
Mr Chair.
Rachel Boyett.
Mr Chair, it's a pleasure to take a call on this important part of the bill, which is the title and commencement. And I want to talk specifically, Mr Chair, to my suggested amendment to the title of this bill, which is, I propose that the bill name be changed to the Hauraki Gulf Tikapa Moana Marine Protection, Deceleration and Weakening Bill. And Mr Chair, there's some reasons why I want to talk about how this bill has been decelerated and how it has been weakened, because as we've mentioned in previous debates on previous parts of this bill, that the National Party and Christopher Luxon, Mr Chair, have broken their promise to New Zealanders on this bill. And so let me show you exactly why they have broken their promise to New Zealanders, Mr Chair, and why it relates to my proposed amendment to the title of this bill. This, Mr Chair, is the National Party's blueprint for a better environment. And in the section specifically related to the Hauraki Gulf, Mr Chair, it says, Mr Chair, that National will accelerate initiatives like the Hauraki Gulf Marine Protection and Kermadec Ocean Sanctuary Bills. Well, let's not even talk about what happened with Kermadecs, but Mr Chair, let's talk about Hauraki Gulf Marine Protection Bill and the National Party's deceleration of this bill. The National Party came into office nearly 2 years ago, and instead of accelerating the bill and having it passed really quickly, it reported back from Select Committee last year, 1 year ago, unanimously, and then it stalled. It sat on the order paper, and it sat around on the order paper. And why did it sit around on the order paper? Well, it turns out that the New Zealand First Party wanted to weaken the bill. So alongside with decelerating the bill, Mr Chair, the National Party have weakened the bill, which is why I am proposing today that the bill name, the title of the bill, change to the Hauraki Gulf Tikapa Moana Marine Protection, Deceleration and Weakening Bill. And I hear people asking interjections about policy for oceans and fisheries. I mean, if there's an interjection and you genuinely want me to talk about that, very, very happy. I'm happy to talk about why National cut funding to Moana Nui, to the Blue Economy Cluster that will grow. The money that I got as the local MP to grow the blue economy in the Nelson Tasman region. And what I can assure you of, Mr Meaker, is that those kinds of initiatives to bring millions of dollars of investment into the Nelson Tasman blue economy sector is a priority for me as the MP for Nelson and as the spokesperson for oceans and fisheries. And I've been very pleased, Mr Meaker, so thank you for the question you posed as an interjection, which I am now going to respond to, for bringing it into the debate, is that I am very pleased to have met with Moana Nui. 5 times. The iwi would like to meet with you. They told me last week, the 2 iwi leaders, they've asked to meet with you and you haven't. You haven't met with iwi. You need to meet with our 8 iwi.
I am going to ask members to keep their interjections rare and reasonable.
I met with 2 iwi leaders.
I
met with 2 iwi leaders at Picton this week who both assured me they have asked you to meet with them and you have not. And I'd suggest you do that. So,
Please just address
Mr.
the chair.
Chair, coming back to this important bill and the National Party's broken promise to New Zealanders and Christopher Luxon's broken promise to New Zealanders, where they said they would accelerate this bill. Mr. Chair, they have decelerated it. It should have been passed nearly 2 years ago. And the people of Auckland and the people supporting the Hauraki Gulf protection, all those people who have worked on this for years, for decades, have been pushing for this bill to pass. It will finally pass, but it will be weakened. Even in the Minister's own cabinet paper, it stated that there were other parts of the Gulf where the ringnet fishing could occur with minimal impact on those fishers. But instead, the Minister chose to ignore his own paper and to include the ringnet fishing inside those two areas, those two HBAs that have been listed in the bill. So it is a bill that breaks its promise to New Zealanders. It breaks its promise to Aucklanders. It decelerates the introduction of this bill to the House and it weakens it. So, Mr. Chair, I propose that a much better title is the Hauraki Gulf Tikapa Moana Marine Protection Deceleration and Weakening Bill.
Time has expired. Carlos Chong.
I move that debate on this question now close.
Steve Abel.
Mr. Chair, and it is notable the vocal...
Hold a sec. If you want to have a conversation, step out into the hallway. No. If you're going to have a conversation, step out in the hallway. I don't want this cross-chamber chat. Steve Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's notable that the Minister for the South Island is so enthusiastic about the Hauraki Gulf. I wonder if the Minister has visited the Hauraki Gulf and seen the soberingly sad destitution of that jewel in the crown of Tamaki Makaurau, because this is a place that has been very poorly treated over decades. This is a spectacular ecological location for our nation, and it has had pollution poured into it. It has been exploited excessively through dredging and overfishing. It has piled up with silt and contamination. And through collective significant effort, multiple parties have come to the table and come up with a solution by agreement that the Gulf be protected with these high protection areas. And that was by unanimous agreement. As my colleague pointed out at the end of last term, the committee recommended it to the House, and this government came in and has delayed it 2 years and has explicitly made a compromise to the primary purpose of the bill. And that is what I will speak to now, Mr. Chair, in terms of my proposed title for the bill. To understand the scale of how grievous it is to take a high protected area and allow ringnet fishing into it, perhaps an analogy is useful. Someone who has suffered 1,000 cuts and you put them into bed to recover, and you say you will no longer suffer any more attacks. Oh, but wait, we're going to keep cutting you while you're trying to recover. That's basically the effect of taking a high protected area, which is we're setting it aside to allow it to recover and to recuperate. Oh, but we're going to keep fishing in it. It completely defeats the purpose and the logic of why you have marine protected areas. The permission of ring net fishing in these high protected areas will actually go against the halo effect, which is that where you get this amazing recovery occurring where you have no fishing allowed, the halo effect means that the fish spill over into areas outside of the high protected area where fishing is still permitted to the benefit of the fishers, the recreational fishers, the subsistence fishers, the people in this country who go to the sea with a fishing line to catch their kai for their meal that night. To the benefit of those people, these high protected areas serve. This compromise, as the Minister so frequently called it, undermines the fundamental benefit of having high protected areas. I think it is appropriate that the defining act, the defining effect that this government has had on this legislation has been that compromising of permitting the ring net fishing. So I propose, Mr Chair, that the bill should be correctly called the Hauraki Gulf Tikapa Moana Ring Net Fishing Protection Bill, because that is what it does. It protects the commercial fishing in the high protected areas. And that is the stark impact that this government has had on this bill. There was a collective agreement across the House, across the community, across iwi and hapu, across fishers, and noting, of course, the recreational fishers are very unhappy with this because they agreed to not have fishing there. A compromise was made to allow the ring net fishers to keep fishing. So that's my proposal, Mr Chair. Hauraki Gulf, Tikapa Moana, Ring Net Fishing Protection Bill. Kia ora.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Mr Chair, I too would argue that the title of this bill, the Hauraki Gulf Tikapa Moana Marine Protection Bill, which was the title given to this bill when we introduced it quite some time ago now, it was the culmination of over a decade of people coming together, various stakeholders coming together to reach a consensus on what needs to be done to improve the health of the Hauraki Gulf. The State of the Gulf reports over the last 20 years have shown that the Hauraki Gulf is in an ongoing state of environmental decline. And this was the work that was done by so many to get to this point of increasing marine protections for the Gulf. Now, as my colleagues have pointed out on this side of the House, there's been quite a delay in between the introduction of the bill to the House, the consideration by the Select Committee reporting back unanimously that this House should pass this bill with no substantive change. And then as we've traversed in the committee stage, there have been various steps at which we know that the Minister and the Chair did not want to progress the amendments suggested or potential amendments at the time suggested by Minister Jones. But then here we are, where they are being progressed. And so the only contribution that this government has made to this bill is to delay the passage of the bill, which they said and have said in their own cabinet paper they would accelerate. So it's been delayed. It's been delayed considerably. And then, as my colleague Rachel Boyack pointed out as well, it has been weakened. Allowing any fishing in a high protection area goes against the intent of the bill, which is to increase protections for the Gulf. Now, the point that I want to make here, Mr. Chair, is that at least if you're going to do this, you should be able to justify and provide a rationale that is strong for doing this. Now, we asked the Minister whether there was an economic rationale for this, and he couldn't answer us. There was no strong economic rationale. The best figures we've seen is under 14,000 of revenue from catch across all HPAs, and in 2 HPAs it will be much less. We asked perhaps, as Seafood New Zealand has said, is it about saving the livelihoods of the fishers? The Minister couldn't confirm that because it says in the cabinet paper that they could fish elsewhere in the Gulf outside of the high protection areas. We asked whether there was a way that the Minister would ensure that the food would go to the communities in South Auckland that Minister Jones claimed this was all for. He said it was vibes. There was no real way to determine that it would do that. So there is no rationale for this lowering and weakening of protections, Mr. Chair. So I would argue that the bill should actually be called the Hauraki Gulf Tikapa Moana Weakens Marine Protections Bill, because that's all this government has contributed to. Alternatively, it could be called the Hauraki Gulf Tikapa Moana Lowers Marine Protection Bill, because again, that's what it does. Could also be called Hauraki Gulf Tikapa Moana Puts Fishing Lobby Interests Before Marine Protections Bill. It could be the Hauraki Gulf Tikapa Moana Taking Us Backwards on Marine Protections Bill. All of those, Mr. Chair, I would argue, would be a more reflective title for this bill, given the contribution or lack thereof of the Conservation Minister and this government more broadly. The final point that I will make, Mr. Chair, is on the commencement date of this bill. It should really be 2024. So I suggest that this minister backdate the bill to when the government said they would be passing the Haraki Gulf Tikapa Moana Marine Protection Bill, because had it been left to the rest of us, it would have been passed by now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Vanessa Wienik.
I move the debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National, 49 votes in favour. New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed to. Rachel Boyack's tabled amendment to Clause 1, inserting the words deceleration and weakening, is ruled out of order as being not an objective description of the bill. The question is that Clause 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that the Minister's amendment to Clause 2 set out on amendment paper number 349 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National, 49 votes in favour. New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti e whakahe.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed to. The question is that Clause 2 as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I will report this bill with amendment.
The House is resumed.
Madam Speaker, the committee has further considered the Hauraki Gold Tikapa Moana Marine Protection Bill and reports it with amendment. Madam Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The bill is set down for third reading next sitting day. I call on Government Order of the Day number 2.
Land Transport Clean Vehicle Standard Amendment Bill number 2, first reading.
Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr Speaker, Madam Speaker, I present a legislative statement on the Land Transport Clean Vehicle Standard Amendment Bill number 2.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website. Honourable Chris Bishop.
I move that the Land Transport Clean Vehicle Standard Amendment Bill number 2 be now read a first time. I nominate the Transport and Infrastructure Committee to consider the bill with a period of 4 months and 1 day for the Select Committee process. Madam Speaker, this bill is a short bill that makes needed changes to make it more likely that New Zealanders will benefit from the clean vehicle standard rather than face higher vehicle prices because of it. The standard is our light vehicle fuel efficiency, or CO2 standard. If it works as intended, New Zealanders will benefit from estimated fuel savings of $1.5 billion to $1.7 billion over 2023 to 2050 and 8.2 to 9.6 million tonnes of CO2 emission reductions over the same period. But we'll only achieve those benefits if vehicle importers achieve the standard's annual CO2 targets. This is because every vehicle that doesn't achieve its target attracts charges. And if importers can't offset those charges with credits earned on low emissions vehicles, then those charges with credits flow through into higher vehicle prices. Higher prices will make it even harder for New Zealanders to afford to replace their vehicles with more fuel efficient and lower emitting vehicles. To prevent this outcome, the bill gives importers more flexibility in how and when they comply with the targets. Flexibility is critical because importers can't control all the factors affecting whether they can supply low emissions vehicles needed to comply with the targets, nor can they control whether consumers will buy them. Currently, many importers are not achieving their targets and are attracting charges because of unfavourable supply and demand conditions. For example, there is currently a shortage of used EVs available for importers to supply to our market. So the bill makes it easier for importers to offset charges with credits. Three main ways it does this. First, it allows credits to be transferred between used vehicle importers and new vehicle importers. Currently, this can't happen because credit transfers between the sectors are prohibited. So to acknowledge the greater fuel saving value of new low emissions vehicles, the bill sets a 2-for-1 exchange rate. So you'll need 2 credits earned on used vehicles to offset a charge on a new vehicle. Secondly, the bill extends the lifespan of credits from 3 years to 4 years. It gives importers more time to use the credits that they earn from importing volumes of fuel-efficient vehicles. And third, the bill extends the ability for importers to offset the charges accrued in a year by supplying and selling more low-emissions vehicles the following year when conditions improve. Currently, the ability to borrow credits will stop at the end of 2025. Finally, the bill future-proofs the standard by enabling targets to be set that are not adjusted by vehicle weight. It's the government's view that this ability will be needed over the next 5 years as EVs and hybrids disrupt the traditional positive relationship between vehicle weight, fuel use and emissions. In other words, soon large SUVs will not need easier targets than small hatchbacks. The bill makes it more likely that the standard's annual CO2 targets will be achieved, and by doing this, New Zealanders will have access to vehicles that cost less at the pump and reduce CO2 emissions. So with those brief remarks, I commend the Land Transport Clean Vehicle Standard Amendment Bill number 2 to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to.
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Dr Deborah Russell.
This bill is a bit of a shocker, really. It's an extraordinary thing that that side of the House is doing. I mean, it stacks up with all their other climate-denying work, but this one is a bit of a corker. I don't get it. Look, Mr Speaker, the reason that we have clean car emission standards is so that we start transitioning our fleet from internal combustion using fossil fuels to electric vehicles. The idea is to actually decrease emissions, and it's a critical need. Mr Speaker, we have been in this country, we have a Paris target of reducing our climate emissions to net zero by 2050, and the way we have been doing that, the way we have been trying to do that is primarily, so far under this government, is by planting more trees. So we've carried on emitting carbon. We're not trying to get actual carbon emissions down. Instead, we're just offsetting them with trees. The trouble is that approach is going to fail. We cannot plant our way out of climate change. In order to effectively address climate change, we have to get emissions down. Now, there are 2 major sources of greenhouse gas emissions in our country, 2 major industries or areas of our economy that we get greenhouse gases from. One is from agriculture, and there's a whole lot of work going on in that space to see how we can actually reduce methane flow. And that's what we have to do with methane flow. The other is transport. Transport is one of our biggest sources of greenhouse gas emissions. And unlike methane, where there are some pretty interesting technologies coming through which may help with that, in terms of carbon, we have to get the emissions down. And the clean car standards were part of that. The whole idea was to incentivise the transfer over to an electric vehicle fleet. So there was a whole lot of strategies around that. One was the clean car discount. A scheme that was working really well. And one was this standard, this clean car importer standard. And this whole clean car importer standard was a way of incentivising the uptake of electric vehicles by making it less, ensuring that we had to bring more electric vehicles into the country in the first place. And this bill changes that around. And it's noticeable sitting in the regulatory impact statement that in terms of people that were in the departmental disclosure statement, the people that were consulted with included the motor vehicle industry, but did not include the Climate Commission. And in fact, there's very little impact of the analysis, very little assessment of the impact this will have on our climate emissions. And going through, in terms of deciding on which option was best to address this policy, the people who had all the input on it were various industry stakeholders. They were the people who were consulted to see whether or not we should change around the clean vehicle standards. And going through the regulatory impact statement is quite an eye-opener. I'll see if I can find the relevant bits. I suppose the best way to describe this is the way it sets out. It says that current vehicle importers, were not going to meet the targets for importing clean vehicles, so they've changed the targets. You've just simply changed the targets. Well, that's not going to get emissions down, is it? Oh, we're not going to be able to do it, so therefore we just won't do it. But we still need to get emissions down. Climate change is a pressing need for us to address. What are they doing it? They're consulting vehicle importers as to how to avoid getting emissions down. It's a shocking bill, and it demonstrates yet again that this government is not committed to addressing climate change. The Labour Party does not support this bill.
The member's time has expired. The Honourable Julianne Genter.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Speaker. Kia ora ana, Mr. Speaker. And tēnā koutou te whare. The Green Party is not supporting this bill. And as someone who worked closely on both the clean car standard and the clean car discount in the initial days, I can tell you that those were evidence-based policies that have been used in other jurisdictions to improve fuel economy. And the overall benefits to New Zealand of having more efficient vehicles is undeniable, because we spend more money to drive a given amount on petrol or on diesel because as a consequence of having less efficient vehicles. And there's this bizarre ideology on the other side of the house that somehow having more polluting vehicles is good for New Zealand. It's not. It's not good for New Zealand. And the way that the Clean Car Standard and the Clean Car Discount worked was intentionally done so that they work together. So the idea of the standard is quite simple. It's that over time, we're expecting vehicle importers of both new and secondhand vehicles to improve the fuel efficiency of the vehicles that are being imported. And the Clean Car Discount used a fee-based signal, which was a levy on polluting vehicles, which is recycled into a discount or a rebate on zero emissions and low emissions vehicles. And that fee-bait was actually far more effective than I think anyone realized. I mean, I knew it would be effective, hence why we worked on the policy. But when they actually brought it in, the Labour government brought it in, it was massively successful and effective. And usually, the vehicle importers understand that they want something like the Clean Car Discount. They find it difficult to implement the standards without the overt price signal. So the reason why the government is now having to come back again with another bill to amend the Clean Vehicle Standard, now this is the second amendment bill in just a few months, is to give importers more flexibility to achieve the standard. And ultimately, what it's doing is just making it harder for us to achieve the actual targets, to achieve the goal. And as the Climate Commission recently recognized, the government has no plan to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels or things that create greenhouse gas emissions. And that is totally ridiculous in 2025. It's completely ridiculous. And it's particularly ridiculous when you consider that, Mr. Speaker, that everything we do to reduce the fossil fuel intensity of our vehicle fleet is not just beneficial from a climate point of view, it's beneficial from an air pollution point of view, it's beneficial from a pure cost point of view and energy sovereignty point of view. We have majority renewable electricity generated in this country, right here in this country. Electric vehicles are far more efficient than internal combustion engine vehicles. So just switching to electric vehicles is an efficiency gain, a massive efficiency gain. Doesn't matter how that electricity is generated. Even if it was generated from coal, it would still be more energy efficient. Now, personally, the Green Party doesn't believe we should be using coal to generate electricity, there's no question. But even if it were the case, an electric vehicle would be more efficient than a combustion engine vehicle. So we have everything to gain from switching to more efficient vehicles. But guess who doesn't want us to switch to more efficient vehicles? The vehicle manufacturers. Why? Because, well, and the oil companies, obviously. But it doesn't benefit New Zealanders. We actually, people would like to spend less money on driving around, wouldn't they? Well, the best way to do that is to make sure that the vehicles coming into the country are more efficient. And everywhere, every country in the world that has achieved progress in the area has done so through a combination of standards and price incentives. And that's what works. And the economic benefits massively outweigh the cost. Classic national-led government being lobbied by big corporate interests. And who misses out? Who's paying the bills on this? Who's paying for it? It's New Zealanders paying higher petrol bills, higher diesel bills, higher hospital bills, higher emissions, which is going to cost us in the medium and long term. But this is a government of absolute climate deniers who can't even understand how the economy works. I mean, they're claiming victory from dropping interest rates. Geniuses, they dropped the interest rates because the economy crashed.
Mark Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I must confess to the House I'm not the actual Speaker that would normally speak to this bill, but I have a couple of thoughts, if I may, and I can imagine the heckling will begin at some point in our near future from my team on the left. But I'm fascinated when I'm trying to digest what the Land Transport Clean Car Standard Amendment Bill number 2 looks like in the real world of choice. Julianne Genter, Mr. Speaker, if I could speak to some of the issues that the member formerly raised, and I think in the House of Debate, and this is, of course, a House of Debate, is that New Zealanders are a group of collective deniers, or certainly this side of the House is. As we speak to what this bill does, extends the lifespan of carbon dioxide emissions credit that are earned on low-emission vehicles, 3 or 4 years, and removes the restriction on carbon dioxide emission credit transfers between new and used importers and various sectors. Mr. Speaker, I just want to touch on a point that the previous member did make. This side of the House were climate change deniers, but I find that an oddity that side of the House, sir, if I could be so obliging to share a couple of thoughts on or with pursuant to Indonesian coal. Now, sir, in the world of hydrocarbons, if we get the pronunciation correct, we have seen huge increases to hydrocarbons or coal in this instance coming into New Zealand. That helps electrify the grid. So if we look at the world of averages, whether it's electrification and the use of electrified vehicles in this instance, or hydrocarbons being used for the sake of petroleum byproducts, or petroleum or diesel or petrol, how can we not square up that either way when we're having this debate, that invariably there's an endpoint user that has a pollution problem? Now, it could be the electrification of the grid and a greater consumption of it, or it could be used in hydrocarbons that are used in motor vehicles that happen to be internal combustion engines. I am a bit struck by Julianne Genter's remarks. I don't think it is balanced to say in this instance that this House, or this side of this House, sir, is climate change deniers. We're just having a balanced debate. And where I land on this bill, having not had a chance to read a great deal of it, sir. I maintain it sort of lands on about the right place in the world of averages, so I, on that basis, commend it to the House.
Andy Foster.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to speak on this Land Transport Clean Vehicle Standard Amendment Bill. And that this was something I think which was signalled in the 2024 budget that this work was going to be done. And in fact, it's interesting the speaking notes that I've got here referred to, proposed by the Honourable Simeon Brown. So it suggests it was a little while ago that this was being talked about. Look, Mr Speaker, this Clean Vehicle Standard is about trying to make sure that over time the emission levels which are produced by vehicles which are imported into this country are progressively reduced, and that doesn't change in this bill. What this bill mostly is about, two things. The first one of those is about saying let's do that, let's set those targets by regulation rather than locking them in legislation, because, oh gosh, every time we change a piece of legislation we've got to go through the whole process. That is enormously expensive, enormously cumbersome, and quite frankly, why we don't lump a whole lot of these pieces of small legislation in together, that would be much more efficient. That would certainly reduce a lot of hot air. But Mr Speaker, the first thing that this bill does is to say instead of doing it through legislation, let's do it through regulation. So it is a much more flexible, much quicker way of responding. And of course, different governments may do that in different ways in terms of the regulatory process. So the standards and the process still exist. It's wonderful seeing the byplay going across the House there. So, but anyway, carry on with it. Look, and over time, Mr Speaker, quite clearly we are seeing the vehicle fleet by and large becoming more efficient. Obviously, we've had an uptake of electric vehicles. We've got plug-in hybrid vehicles. We've got more hybrid petrol vehicles as well, and the level of emissions from those and the fuel efficiency of those is coming down. And in fact, that is one of the reasons which we're having to look at changing the way in which the whole road transport system is funded, because if you're not, what's been reliant on both road user charges and FED, the fuel excise duty, that level of charge, particularly the FED side, is starting to reduce. That is a problem for our ability to be able to fund transport generally, whether it's public transport or maintaining and building our roads. So we need to change things there. But over time, the intent is that we will get a more efficient vehicle fleet, and then obviously we've got to change the funding around that. I just want to pick up on one other thing, which is that my colleague Mark Cameron was talking about choice. And, what is the part that the market plays in this? And what we should be trying to do is to send the right signals in terms of the actual costs that apply, the cost of using the road, the weight of vehicles on the road, so on, the damage the vehicles do to the road, but also the emissions side of things, and that's why we have an ETS, for example, or whether that's working efficiently or ineffectively. And then people can make their choice. They can say, well, an electric car may cost me more to buy in the first instance, but is it cheaper to run because it's more efficient? Yes, maybe I choose that. Maybe I don't. And people have the ability to choose that depending on the circumstances and the needs that they have for their particular vehicle. That is called choice, that is called a market. And we need to make sure that we do that, because we can't be forcing people to make particular choices. Mr Speaker, I'm looking forward as the Chair of the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee to seeing this piece of legislation in front of us, to the submissions that we get on it, and to making decisions on that and reporting that back to the House in due course. I commend this bill to the House.
Kia ora tātou. Thank you, Mr Speaker. Kia ora tātou te whare. So I rise to speak for Te Pāti Māori, the Land Transport Clean Vehicle Standard Amendment Bill. So here I go. This bill undermines our commitment to reducing climate change through the Clean Vehicle Standard. It does so by introducing more flexibility in meeting the targets, which effectively weakens the standard itself. So tautoko marikau ngā kōrero ka puta mai a te teiho wā tātou kai kōrero I mui iau, Mr Speaker. Specifically, the bill extends the lifespan of carbon dioxide emissions credits earned on low emission vehicles from 3 years to 4. It removes restrictions on transferring these credits between the new and used import sectors, and it allows borrowing of future carbon dioxide target overachievement beyond 2025. This subject itself isn't one of my, I don't know this really well, but certainly listening to Julian Genter and others, when I did spend a little bit of time at the Infrastructure Committee at times, I believe her, is the thing to say. The Clean Car Standard limits the average carbon dioxide emissions from the tailpipes of new cars imported into Aotearoa. I'm sorry, I just heard a bit of muttering over to the left there. Wasn't sure what it was meant to do. Yes, another bunch of bumbling ideas. It was introduced to reduce emissions and prevent our country from becoming a dumping ground for inefficient vehicles rejected in other places with stricter environmental rules. Worth noting. Te Pāti Māori climate change policy is designed to incentivise low-income and rural whānau. And that takes quite a bit, knowing that I come from Te Upodi and so on, and they're like, how are we going to get a blinking, a plug-in thing here, but let me tell you, the mood is changing. Our whānau are getting that this is a smart and good thing, so let's just keep talking about this, making it happen and making it work. So to incentivise low-income rural whānau to purchase electric and low-emission vehicles. This bill, however, makes it harder to achieve these goals. Thank you to those on the left. Climate change poses an existential threat, not only to our environment, but to our way of living and to our people and to our place and to our identity. So it just gets more grave the more I read on. Any legislation that prioritises short-term profits over long-term health of our taiao and of our environment harms our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren. So be it on your heads to those on the left. Modelling shows that by 2035, these changes could result in 39,000 fewer fully electric vehicles and 19,000 fewer plug-in hybrids on our roads. This is yet another piece of legislation pushed through by this government to weaken environmental protections for short-term gain. The government often speaks of striking a balance, and I was listening to that bit of rhetoric earlier, but I don't believe them, and I'm not convinced. It has very little merit when I hear it from the left of the House. When we face already multiple once-in-a-lifetime extreme weather events every year. And obviously, I think of whangaroa when I'm talking about that. I think of whangare, I think of the kaipara and those terrible moments which they talk about once in a lifetime. But in fact, I think I've probably experienced about 4 or 5 lately, and still people deny. Still, government is denying that these things are real and have serious and long-term impacts for our whānau on the ground every day. Even now when you go through Kaio and you go through Whangaroa and you go through the back road, the decimation of properties, farms, roads, structures, infrastructure to a tiny little town are reduced hugely by all of the flooding that happens, not just once in a lifetime, but far too often. So there is absolutely no way that we would support this. We do not support it. We do not commend it, and we would ask that maybe change your mind. Let's do that. Kia ora tātou.
Dan Bidwell.
Mr. Speaker, good news for Labour and the Greens today. Stats New Zealand figures just out show that emissions in New Zealand decreased to December last year by 1%. Total emissions, total greenhouse, out of 13 out of 16 regions in New Zealand, Mr. Speaker, it decreased. So despite the rhetoric from the other side, something is working in the coalition government with respect to emissions. So on that basis, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to welcoming the bill at Select Committee, and I commend this bill to the House.
Dr. Tracy McCallum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that the member who's just resumed his seat might like to think about the correlation between emissions reducing and the economy shrinking, and wonder if there's a little bit of lesson in there as well. As has been said, we won't be supporting this bill. It's a really disappointing bill, and it's a disappointing bill for a number of reasons. Fundamentally, it weakens New Zealand's clean vehicle standards at exactly the wrong time. It benefits, even just looking at it, it's very clear it benefits industry lobbyists while leaving ordinary Kiwi families paying more at the pump. And which is quite ironic when you think this government made such a big song and dance about being laser focused on the cost of living, and then at every opportunity when they've got something to actually do something practical about that, more often than not make the wrong choice and choose to do something that doesn't actually make life any easier for people and in fact just simply makes life worse. In this instance, we've got a bill before us that not only means that New Zealand families will be paying more at the pump because they're stuck with old cars, they'll be breathing dirtier air and missing out on those affordable clean cars to boot. So when you look at this piece of potential legislation, this bill, three things stand out. The first one is that it's loopholes over real reductions. And the bill extends the lifespan from 3 to 4 years for the credit lifespan, which is actually really disappointing. So importers can now borrow and defer indefinitely. It creates a trading scheme that when you look at it, you really can't make any other conclusion apart from the fact that it favours manipulation over emissions cuts, and that is simply not climate action. And even if you're not into that, that should make people, give people pause for concern. It's creative accounting at best, and it delays cleaner cars, which would have been something that was really good and really progressive, and more importantly, or probably just as importantly, created cheaper bills for families. So for a government that's laser focused on the cost of living, yet again, they've got a choice to do something and they've chosen not to. So instead of delivering cleaner cars year on year, which was the previous regime, importers can essentially bank those credits, they can dodge those obligations and delay making those changes that would have been something to be proud of. All the while, those bills creep up even higher and higher. So it's a simple lose-lose situation, and there's no winners in this bill. Families lose while industry wins, and isn't that a theme of this government? Again, time and time again, they talk a big talk about wanting to do something for Kiwi families. We're still waiting for that one mythical family to rear itself from the ashes of the family boost policy sort of promises earlier on, and this is another example of families losing out. The government has the audacity to sell it or to highlight or frame it as some sort of move towards flexibility, but it's really just a concession to the industry. So, you know, we won't have the wool pulled over our eyes with regard to that. And as has been said by Te Pāti Māori just prior, New Zealand risks becoming a dumping ground. And since when was that our aspiration? Again, this government talked a big talk about having high hopes. They've failed to deliver. And one of the repercussions of this piece of potential legislation is that we literally have gone from having high hopes to potentially being a dumping ground. You know, congratulations, how anti-aspirational can you possibly be? So weakening the standards simply opens the door to those higher emissions, second-hand imports that other countries are rejecting. I mean, let that sink in. We're literally going to become a place where you know, all the stuff that other countries have rejected we'll take, because that's the type of market forces that we've opened ourselves up to. So with regard to clean vehicles, the standards, I think it's fairly obvious why we don't support this bill. And I just want to finish, Mr. Speaker, by saying, and that has been the theme of my contribution, that Christopher Luxon had a choice, and he's had several choices as this government has gone on for the last 18 months. And at every single opportunity, he's simply chosen to do the wrong thing. And on this particular instance, he's siding with polluters, and that's actually shameful. Siding with polluters and industry insiders whilst simultaneously breaking his promise to New Zealand households and making things worse rather than better.
Mr. Speaker,
Dr. Carlos John.
For communities like Mount Wasco, home to many hard-working families, this bill matters. It supports our climate goals but also make cleaner vehicle more accessible and affordable. By giving supplier more flexibility, we reduce costs that would otherwise be passed on to the consumer. This means family in Mount Roskill can benefit from cleaner, cheaper to run cars without being priced out. It is a fair, a smart, and a future-focused policy. I commend this bill to the House.
Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak on this bill, the Land Transport Clean Vehicle Standard Amendment Bill number 2. And what a shame it is that we are here debating this bill, which will take us another step backwards away from New Zealand's Paris agreements. Paris targets that this government claims to still be honouring, and yet with government ministers just yesterday in the House at question time waving haere to Paris, haere to climate leadership, haere to New Zealand's place on the world stage as a nation that actually did its bit, that gave young people around the world and young New Zealanders a fair go. Who's going to pay the cost of this, Mark Cameron? Who's going to pay the cost of this, James Meagher? I'll tell you, Madam Chair, the people who will pay the costs of bills like this, the Land Transport Clean Vehicle Standard Amendment Bill, which is a tax break for industry, are the young New Zealanders who are going to pick up the bill for the remediations that we will need to pay as a nation going forward. You know what this bill does? This bill lets some importers bank up their credits for as long as they like and sell them to other parts of their business, or, quite unclear yet, but we'll get to the bottom of it in Select Committee, others who would otherwise import dirty vehicles longer and more than they would have otherwise under a Labour government. This bill puts dirtier cars on the road. This bill makes it harder for those people who want to transition to be able to do that. This bill is a shop to industry who asked for it, and it doesn't have any place in a parliament that would pride itself on values-based and evidence-based policy to deal with climate change. This is a real shame. And there are two major areas that New Zealand should be focusing on in reducing its climate obligations, and Mark Cameron says, here we go. He doesn't want me to talk about the farmers, so I'll give him the good answer that he's after. Transport is one we all agree on. Right. Transport is part of New Zealand's economy where there are good wins to be made, and I'll tell you who said that. The Honourable Simon Bridges when he was the Transport Minister. Remember the Key government? When they used to like EVs? When they used to point to electric cars as part of a transport solution which would actually make a difference to Aotearoa, they said, oh, buses, we're not so keen on buses. Trains, we're not so keen on trains. But EVs are coming, guys, just wait. Well, now this is what's coming. The next national government that walks that back. You can't trust them. You can't trust them when they point to some techno solution. These guys are looking into the future and they're casting around for something that will get us out of the hole without doing any of the heavy lifting. Right. And then the next national government comes around and says, oh, well, it was all too hard and industry has come with their hands out and we feel very sorry for these big car manufacturers who have all these tax credits banked up that they can't get the value out of. So we're going to let them use those tax credits for money. That'll be good, that'll sort it out. No, it won't sort it out. It won't help people buy cleaner cars, it won't help reduce the footprint of the transport fleet in New Zealand, and it certainly won't help future generations and young New Zealanders get themselves out of this mess. And many of the MPs in a few hours will be meeting with groups of young people from the Aspiring Leaders Forum. They are here today in Parliament because they think about the future issues that affect our country. They have tried very hard to get into this program and are proud to be here. Some of them are from the member Carlos Chung's electorate in Mount Roskill, and they believe in MPs like him to represent their generation for the future. And what they are seeing from a debate like this is that this government is happy to lump costs onto their generation and their children's generations because they will not deal with the reality now, which is that we need standards, we need rules that are debated and set by this Parliament, where we are accountable to them.
You know, instead of actually even having this debate in the future, we won't actually have it in here at all because it will be set by regulation. And Andy Foster stands up and he goes, oh good, the bureaucrats can sort it out, get that red tape out and wrap it all around these standards. Elected members shouldn't be accountable when they are lumping costs onto future generations. Elected members should not be accountable to young people. Well, I say to Mr. Andy Foster, he is an excellent committee chair, but he is dead wrong on this issue. Young people want you to advocate for them, Andy Foster. Young people deserve parliamentarians to come to this House and give it a go, to give them a fair go, that their generation wouldn't be picking up the bill for short-sighted legislation like this.
Madam Speaker, Dr. Vanessa Wheeler. I'd just like to bring the energy in the room down a little bit. I think it'd be good, because this is just another example of from the other side where they're just yelling and screaming about something when they've demonstrated that they're not bothered to talk to industry about how things might actually work. We've listened to the way that pragmatic things need to be done. We're providing flexible options so that we can actually get more clean vehicles into this country. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will please say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The party vote is called for, Mr. Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima nā pote e whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed to.
Land Transport Clean Vehicle Standard Amendment Bill number 2, first reading.
The question is that the Land Transport Clean Vehicle Standard Amendment Bill number 2 be considered by the Transport and Infrastructure Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The Honourable James Meagher.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Land Transport Clean Vehicle Standard Amendment Bill number 2 be reported to the House by 4 months and 1 day after the bill receives its first reading.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote, please, Mr. Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed to. I call on Government Order of the Day number 3.
Public Works Critical Infrastructure Amendment Bill, third reading.
Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Chris Pink.
Well said and touche, Madam Speaker. I present a legislative statement on the Public Works Critical Infrastructure Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
I move that the Public Works Critical Infrastructure Amendment Bill be now read a third time. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to bring this bill back to the House today, and I'd like to start by acknowledging the previous debates we've had in the bill on the House, including the Committee of the Whole House recently, and the engagement from other members of the committee, including across the aisle. I appreciate all the discussions and contributions, well, almost all of them, Madam Speaker, on this important piece of legislation. As for the Select Committee, I do want to acknowledge in particular the Chair of the Select Committee, Mr Andy Foster, and all relevant members, some of whom are in the House today, no doubt preparing to speak on this, the third reading. Madam Speaker, the careful consideration given to the issues through the Select Committee process, I think, has resulted in a bill that strikes the right balance between efficient delivery of critical infrastructure for public benefit and, at the same time, the rights of landowners. Thank you also to the users of the Public Works Act
industry experts, landowners and the public for taking time to provide feedback on the bill. Madam Speaker, the bill contains targeted amendments to the Public Works Act, specifically focused on speeding up the delivery of specific critical infrastructure projects. These are the projects listed in the bill and are on Schedule 2 of the Fast Track Approvals Act and the Roads of National Significance listed in the Government Policy Statement on Land Transport 2024. Rather than detailing the bill's provisions again, I intend to focus on why the bill is needed. Madam Speaker, I think that we can all agree in this House, even though reasonable minds can differ on the way that we achieve these aims, that New Zealand has an infrastructure deficit and it should be the role of government to seek ways to address that. There is a growing demand for critical infrastructure, including transportation networks, to be built at a faster pace to support economic growth and productivity. Passing this bill will speed up the delivery of critical infrastructure projects and make strides towards addressing New Zealand's infrastructure deficit. Enabling faster delivery of critical infrastructure, again, such as better transport networks, will also help to drive lower costs for businesses and households, enabling Kiwis to get home to their families safe at the end of the day much more readily and quickly, and support the delivery of exports to overseas markets. Better infrastructure will also enable Kiwis to have the high quality public services they deserve and help grow the economy so that New Zealanders can get ahead. The Public Works Act is a crucial tool for acquiring and managing land to support public infrastructure projects. There are often unnecessary and costly delays in the delivery of critical infrastructure, among other reasons, due to the negotiations and objections to the compulsory acquisition of land with such litigation made to the Environment Court under the Public Works Act. These delays can extend construction time frames hugely, causing projects to incur additional costs, such as the escalating prices of materials and labour in the meantime, as well as, of course, the significant legal costs incurred in that litigation. While objections to the acquisition of land are rare, a single objection has the potential to add significant project delays, years and years in some cases. Larger and more expensive critical infrastructure projects face greater risk as construction costs increase and compound over time, notwithstanding the excellent efforts of the government in many respects to make sure that there is downward pressure on such construction cost increases and at a much larger scale. The holding up of public infrastructure projects up and down the country over a number of years, Madam Speaker, this not being a new phenomenon, means that projects that would provide benefits for communities often end up stalled with a lot of time spent in courtrooms. Faster infrastructure delivery through streamlined processes and efficient decision making can ensure that Kiwis benefit from these investments sooner and at a lower financial burden. This is particularly crucial for large-scale, high-cost projects. Madam Speaker, this bill will streamline the process for objections, making the process faster. Landowner objections to the Environment Court are removed. Instead, landowners will be able to use a streamlined written process of submissions instead. Landowners will be compensated with incentive payments for reaching agreement early and recognition payments for land acquired to help deliver critical infrastructure. This bill is the start of changes to improve the Public Works Act. A further bill that I intend to introduce later this year will propose broader changes to the Public Works Act to improve its efficiency, effectiveness and clarity on a broader range of projects, including improved landowner engagement and emergency provisions to assist and support the recovery from natural disasters. In closing, I'd like to thank everyone again who has worked hard to bring this policy to fruition. I look forward to the positive impact that these changes will make for delivering critical infrastructure and the consequent benefits that they will provide to our fellow New Zealanders through additional growth and productivity. Accordingly, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call Arana Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak on the Public Works Critical Infrastructure Amendment Bill. This is a bill which the Labour Party supports, and so we have taken our time to work carefully through the committee process and also the Committee of the Whole House stage to make sure that these changes are something which will be enduring and which give us a process to work through for the projects which are set out in the schedule. This is important though for any MP in this House who represents an electorate. Constitutionally, we are arranged so that we come from our community to represent their interests. Many of those who have represented those electorates also have represented them for many, many years and contested elections where some of those people in the House have lost those communities' support and have gained them back in further years. There are many people in this House who know just how deeply unpopular takings from the Public Works Act are. And I made the point in the committee stage that all of those MPs who have ever dealt with constituents who are losing part of their lawn or their home or part of their business or the car parks outside their shop will know how difficult this is for people, and they need to be able to see the Public Works Act process as a process they can put their faith in. That it will not always benefit them, that it will not always result in something which is directly aligns with their interest, but that they can put their faith in the process because the infrastructure that is enabled by that act is something which is important and enduring for the whole country. Because the Minister is right. When he points to the desperate need for infrastructure to be built and built quickly in New Zealand, that is true. It is true that a long-term pipeline of infrastructure builds that have wide and enduring bipartisan support is necessary. That is true. But we need to make sure that this process which we are using to acquire people's property, people's land, people's homes and businesses is fair and has a way of people looking at it and saying, even if I don't end up with the outcome that I want, I can be sure that this is something which benefits my community and has the full support of a government that is acting in my interest, even if I don't politically support them, that it represents everyone. And so that is why we have done that. Now, I made it clear that we gave very careful consideration in our report to Māori rights and interests in this. And that's important to note even at this stage, because there have been a number of questions which have arisen. A huge number of the submissions that were made on this bill were about that topic, and it is a topic that we should treat with gravity and respect, because there is a long and peppered history of government using the Public Works Act to take Māori land, and then the disposals of it have not been fair. They have been far from fair. The giving of land for a school for a community and then the taking of that land in future years for other purposes is wrong, and we have recognised that again and again in treaty settlements in this House and in our arrangements with iwi around the country. There have been public works takings of large swathes of land in some areas of the country in retribution for unrest or refusals in some areas to be conscripted for war. There are public works takings which we all agree in this House were unfair and unjust, and so it's right that we treat any Public Works Act changes that have an impact on Māori rights and on rights that have arisen in treaty settlements very carefully. We've done that. We think this is fair. We think this will be enduring, and it's useful for us to have done that very carefully and given that the gravity it deserves. We have other concerns with this too. One of those concerns is that this is part of a suite of bigger changes to amend the Public Works Act, but it doesn't do that all in one go. And so we have the regrettable situation here where there are some projects which have been outlined by the Minister in his schedule, which include projects which we have concerns about, that will be on a sort of separate track to those other projects that are ordinarily have been ordinarily notified as projects which take away someone's property, take away someone's home, that are available to local government or have been central government projects that have been consented over the years. You know, just the other day I had a constituent get in touch with me. She was living on Puhanui Road, which is an area which has been notified under the Public Works Act for takings for essentially a road widening project there. That is, I went back to her and I said I would carefully consider whether there was any effect on her property rights, but the answer is there is not, because this is a bill which only deals with a few projects. And every MP who has any public works taking in their electorate will know that that will be a difficult conversation for them to have, that there are some people out there now who have had property which has been notified, and more difficult, in the next year or the year after that, there will be others who will receive notifications, even after this has passed, where they will not receive or be entitled to the higher level of compensation which this bill provides for. That is difficult for us as MPs, because we know that, you know, when people put their faith in these processes that have existed for a long time, they expect to be treated fairly, they expect to be on an even footing with others. And so there is some difficulty in this, but ultimately, if this is what it takes to be a part of a bipartisan process towards building more infrastructure, then that is, something which we can remain open-minded with. But it comes with a weight for this government to make sure that it does deliver projects which are ultimately for the benefit of the communities they serve, which are ultimately taking into account all of those considerations which make good infrastructure and which make infrastructure popular projects in the communities because they are good for those communities. Not just road users, not just public transport users, not just the people who see it every day or the people who drive past a community and aren't impacted by the actual building. Everyone who is affected by these infrastructure projects needs to benefit from them. That is why there is social licence to do something like this, and it's important that the government treats its responsibility to govern for all New Zealanders very carefully when it's implementing a kind of add-on to a process which is well understood and which is well established. Madam Speaker, I won't take much more time except to say that that is a weighty responsibility of building infrastructure that many of us, we won't see the benefit of because it will have benefits for the next 30, 40, 50 years. We need to make sure that we're putting it in the right place, that it's serving the right community, that it's in the interests of everyone, and we have that responsibility going into the future. Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The Honourable Julianne Genter.
Tēnā koe, Madam Speaker. Tēnā koe te whare. Everything about this bill is related to fast track, is related to the government's haste in locking in projects that it campaigned on, but actually are not the right projects to take us in the direction we know we need to go as a country. And we've known for over a quarter of a century that climate change is real, that our transport emissions are rising, that we need to change the way we do things. And the funny thing is that changing how we do transport, how we do buildings, how we do food production, how we look after our waterways, how we look after our native forests, land use generally, all of that stands to benefit all of us. And I think, New Zealanders know that. New Zealanders care about nature. New Zealanders care about their waterways. New Zealanders want trains and coastal shipping and public transport, and warm and dry affordable homes. And we could have all of that if we had a government that was responsible, a government that was caring about people, caring about the planet. But this Public Works Act, the changes in this bill are about making it easier for the government to take land away from people in order to push through its priorities. And we can't support it because a number of the priorities in the schedule are simply the wrong projects. And we know that because they're not on the infrastructure priorities program. The government set up this independent body. We've got the Infrastructure Commission. They talk all the time about how great it is, but they're not actually listening to their advice. Because if we look at the draft National Infrastructure Plan, does it say we have a deficit of roads? It sure as heck doesn't. It says New Zealand's been spending too much on roads for a really long time and getting really poor outcomes. And by the way, we've got to use our existing infrastructure better by using levers like direct pricing. But, at least 8 of the projects on the schedule are these just outrageous, incredibly expensive 4-lane highways for the sake of it. And the government MPs will get up and say, this is about economic productivity and growth, and it's just not. It's just not. I know, they love heckling me about this, and they're all just so wrong. It's just sad to see. It's sad because I naively believed when I came to this place 14 years ago that if we just had a rational conversation about transport and the outcomes that we all want and we all say we want, that we could get political buy-in across the House for a better approach to transport investment. But the National Party and the ACT Party and the New Zealand First Party do not care about evidence. They do not care about cost effectiveness. They don't even care about property rights. They definitely don't, because this bill is making it easier for the state to take your land. It's making it easier and faster so that people have less ability to object through the Environment Court and say, actually, no. That's what's happening here. And it's for a bunch of projects that were on some deranged campaign wish list from Simeon Brown that have no actual basis in reality. Because we all know If you look at the New Zealand Transport Agency's plan around spending, that this plan for all these roads is completely unfunded. Like, they have no idea where the money is going to come from to pay for these projects. And we got a briefing at the Select Committee from the Infrastructure Commission about what would be needed for roads to pay for themselves with tolls. And they have to cost less than 32 million per kilometer, have more than 40,000 vehicles per day, and have a time savings of 15 minutes or more. I can tell you there's not a single road of national significance that passed that test. There's not a single one that passed that test. They don't have 40,000 vehicles a day. They're way more than 32 million a kilometre, and they're not going to save 15 minutes.
Can we come back to this bill? Can I ask the member to come back to this bill?
Well, the bill, these projects are on Schedule 2 of the bill, Madam Speaker, and that's why I'm talking about this. Like, we would totally be open for a conversation about how to have a more efficient Public Works Act that means we can build critical infrastructure projects. But the reality is that this bill isn't about critical infrastructure projects. It's about projects that the National Party promised in a delusional campaign that they don't have money for, that they will never be able to raise money for, because they don't have a revenue plan to pay for it. And they don't deliver the outcomes that are claimed. That's fundamental. It's like, it's a matter of religious belief on the part of that side of the House that a road magically delivers economic productivity and growth. It does not. It does not. What if we could... Do you know Mr. Brewer's claims that Hamilton's the fastest growing? Actually, the GDP growth rate is higher in Northland than in Waikato over the last since it is built. If we look at the regional GDP growth numbers, the thing is, none of you people over there, none of you people actually care about evidence or looking at the numbers. You just repeat your talking points and say, I just think it's the case. I just think, oh yeah, build a road, she'll be right. That'll make us richer. It's cargo cult economics. And I'm just, I'm sad. I'm sad for New Zealand that we have such a poverty of leadership, that the leaders in power don't care about reality. They're more interested in winning a debate and pretending to deliver the things they promised to deliver than actually solving New Zealand's problems. And that is extremely evident in the news today, because the economy is doing way worse than people even predicted it would. And that's why the Reserve Bank has had to drop the interest rates, because that's when you drop interest rates. Reserve banks drop interest rates when the economy is not doing well. So let's come back to the Public Works Act.
That'd be nice.
In my second reading speech, I shared a story about Patricia Grace, and I think that was very relevant to this bill, because Patricia Grace and her runanga came to our Select Committee and submitted on this bill and said back in 2011, 2012, 2013, when National was first talking about Puhoi to Wellsford, which they still haven't delivered, which will do nothing to help the problem with the Bredowans, by the way, they proposed this Kapiti Expressway, which had a benefit to cost ratio of 0.2 before we had to go back and resurface it again. So that means it cost significantly more than the economic benefits, Mr. Brewer. And it's true. It's like publicly available, Mr. Brewer, that the benefit cost ratio was 0.2.
Excuse me, Kim, please address the chair and not have this conversation across the House. It's not helpful. Guys?
It's all publicly available for anyone who wants to look it up. I know none of them will. But the road, of course, was planned to go through this land that was not protected Māori land, but was the land of Patricia Grace's ancestors. And a big part of what we have campaigned for within the Public Works Act is stopping the compulsory taking of Māori land by the state, because too much has been taken and it's time to stop. And if anyone actually believed in property rights on that side, they would be talking about land back. Land back. Would love to hear it. Land back. Because there was a heck of a lot of land theft. Land back. This whole country, basically the colonial project of New Zealand, white New Zealanders, coming here to speculate on land, justified wars in the Waikato, land wars, so that they could steal the land and then sell it off to make a quick buck. And I swear that's still what's running this country, pretty much. But, tangata whenua actually care about the long-term interests of this place. They've been here longer, and they have a relationship with the land, and they understand how important it is, that relationship with the land. And so Patricia Grace was able to appeal to the Environment Court, and the Environment Court found in her favor, and now there is a permanent reserve where there would have been a road. It's a permanent reserve for the descendants to enjoy forever. And that's great. That's a great outcome. We'd like to see it possible when there is genuinely projects of public interest. And right now, one of the number one things that is in the public interest is reducing greenhouse gas emissions and making it possible for people to move and for goods to move around this country at lower cost and with lower carbon. And, maybe if that's what this Public Works Amendment Bill was about, and there was the ability to prioritize projects on the basis of their contribution to reducing greenhouse gas emissions, which, by the way, would also reduce cost of living for New Zealanders, then maybe we could talk about supporting it if it was appropriately protecting all Māori land and having enough safeguards in place. But the Green Party will not support this bill.
I call Cameron Luxton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, I stand here and speak for the sibling of the Fast Track Bill, which is the Public Works Critical Infrastructure Amendment Bill, allowing projects to get underway. We need to get New Zealand in a state of productivity with a growing economy and a changing and improving state of living for all New Zealanders. This bill is going to do some important things, Madam Speaker. It's going to incentivise early settlement, so people can agree to having the Public Works Act take effect on their land to provide infrastructure for the good of all New Zealand. It's going to recognise that with early payments. It's going to protect Māori land which cannot be acquired under this land. Protected Māori land is exempt from this Act. And this is going to inform and give time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Andy Foster.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support this bill on behalf of New Zealand First. This bill accompanies the Fast Track Bill, and basically what it's about, Madam Speaker, basically what it's about, Madam Speaker, is to speed up the acquisition process for land which is required for public works under the Fast Track Act and roads of national significance under the government policy statement. So there's a very specific set of projects which we have defined as critical infrastructure projects. A few key elements. First of all, it removes access to the Environment Courts. It speeds the process up for everything except for protected Māori land. We heard a bit of angst about that, but we've heard a bit of angst about that today. But that's excluded from this. So they still have access to the Environment Court. It changes from a sequential process that you had to get the consent and the designation done first, rather than now you can do it at the same time as the acquisition under the Public Works Act. So it's a parallel process rather than a sequential one. And then, Madam Speaker, also, as we've heard, allows for financial incentives for early settlement. Look, Madam Speaker, taking people's land, don't matter whose land, Māori land, very, very important, but for many people, land is very, very significant. It's a place that a place of memories, a place of blood, sweat and tears, a place at which you have great commitment to. So taking that land is very, very significant. And we heard through the Select Committee process a lot of angst about that process, and we actually responded to some of those things. And we did suggest a number of different things which maybe ought to be thought about, about who the decision maker might be, or whether that should be an idea of a panel like the Fast Track approach. The ability to be able to face people face to face and talk about the land acquisition process. We heard a lot about the process that Lynn's went through, told us a lot about the process that needs to be done properly so that you identify whether you've actually gone through all the options before you actually say it is this piece of land that we want to take. So we had some considerable surety given to us about that, and also that the compulsory acquisition process that is already there. I'm going to take longer if you do that. Under Section 18 and Section 23 of the PWA still applies. Madam Speaker, though, what I did want to say is we did increase, as changes we made, we increased the length of time for feedback. We gave people a little bit more time to be able to respond to that knock on the door that says we want your land. And secondly, we also said that there is an obligation, and this is in the legislation as we're about to pass, there is an obligation to provide that information promptly, comprehensive information to the people whose land is proposed to be taken, so that they are able to respond to that. And that's a really important improvement, I think, to the bill. But Madam Speaker, what I wanted to end on is to say we need to grow our economy. That is absolutely essential. If we don't do that, all the grand aspirations, all the desires that we've got on both sides of the House to improve public services, we're not going to be able to afford those. To be able to pay for all the things that we want to deliver the quality lifestyle for New Zealanders, the quality living standards for New Zealanders, we are not going to be able to afford to do those things. Fast track, the accompaniment of this bill here, the Public Works Act, they are about trying to make the boat go faster, trying to improve the productivity of New Zealand Inc. Because one of the things that we've heard is that we've talked about an infrastructure deficit, that we are in the top 10% of countries in the OECD in terms of investment in infrastructure. But we're in the bottom 10% in terms of what we get for that investment. That is something we have to fix. These bills, the Fast Track Bill and this Public Works Act bill, are part of doing that. If we don't do these things, we will continue to languish, we will become a poorer and poorer country. People will continue to leave this country, and that is not the country that we want to be. Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Tēnā koe, Madam Speaker. I'm going to start with a quote from Patricia Grace, actually. Tangata whenua in this country have given enough. This is a quote from Patricia Grace, who in 2014 defeated the government in 2 court cases after they attempted to confiscate her whānau land to build the Kapiti Expressway. The land in question is in Waikanai and belonged to her great-great-grandfather, Te Kākākura, also known as Wī Parata. Without the generosity of Wī Parata, neither the township of Waikanai and the railway line to Manawatu would not exist. Because Wī Parata graciously donated this land to the Crown to establish and connect Waikanai to the rest of the country, all he asked for in return was for a kura to be built and for the small parcel of land he left behind for his descendants to remain untouched. The Crown did not honour either of these commitments. In 2013, the Minister of Land Information and NZTA came for that land under the Public Works Act. The taking of land needs to meet the standard of being fair, sound and reasonably necessary. The Environment Court ruled that the government's proposal was not fair, sound and reasonably necessary. Patricia Grace's whānau then took the government on in the court, where they successfully transferred the status of her land to a Māori reservation for the benefit of the descendants of Wiremu Parata, Te Kākākura. As a reservation, this land has now been afforded the protection of being inalienable to the Crown. Had the Grace whānau not had the resources or public profile to successfully fight the government in 2 court cases, their land, their urupā and the historical significance of this site to our entire nation would have been erased. The whakapapa and livelihoods of future generations would be lost and condemned to instability and poverty. This is the reality for the majority of Māori, Madam Speaker. And I open my contribution in this way as a real and actual story, and just to acknowledge Julian Genter's contribution, you referring to that particular whānau and the battle that they had to take on. The thing at the moment is that public works is a dirty word. It has been for some time. That story expresses that. And coupled with the current reality of, I'm not sure what the number is, of particular bills that have been rammed through in the last little while that are impacting directly on Māori lives, on hapu Māori and on iwi Māori, Madam Speaker, the thing that is completely vanished down the toilet, if it was ever out of the toilet in this particular regard, is the relationship and trust that Māori individuals, Māori hapu, iwi, do not have. So the audacity to bring this up and using the same public works, those words, is I don't know, it's a foolish and dumb thing, and so you're not gonna get the response from Māori that you think you deserve. Can I then now just relate my final bits to what's going on in Bream Bay? So Marsden Point is on the list, and I did discuss this in the Committee of the Whole House piece. So with Marsden Point on the list of projects, right in that same strip of road, of river, and of the shopping central to Bream Bay, Marsden Point, is Bream Bay, where they want to mine the sand. They want to mine sand because they think they can, and they're just going to bowl in and do that. Now, when you run that scenario up against Marsden Point on the same list, the foolish thing about this is that community there already distrust what's going on, driven by what government is doing at the moment, Madam Speaker. So it is we don't support this in any possible way. I think you might have gathered that by the way that I've been talking. But the thing that is failing and has failed for many, many Māori hapu individual is the trust and the lack of trust in this particular government and the regime of bills that have been rammed through that impact very negatively against our families. So we would ask, if anyone is listening, please think again. Please think again. We cannot support this in any possible way. Kia ora.
Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of Te Rōpū Kākāriki to firmly oppose this legislation. Public Works has been used as a patu on te iwi Māori for generations. We have lost large tracts of land for the purposes of public good. Public good has imposed state highways, taken huge tracts of land for railways, have put a whole heap of whānau off their lands, just like Hihiaura in the middle of Whangarei, taken through the Public Works Act, removing hori rewi from that whenua so you could put the CBD right on top of the whenua of Te Uriroro Te Parafo. This is lived experience, and it's actually happening now. As I've already heard in the House from my colleague from Te Pāti Māori, in Bream Bay, it is proposed to have the Marsden Rail Spur. Kōpua Waiwaha Block, that Ahu Whenua Trust, the one that's left in that side of town, has been fighting to retain their whenua out of the Public Works takings process, and it's been years that they've been negotiating their way out. And yes, they're out of it now. But why cause all of this stress to whenua Māori landowners who actually are volunteers in this space? They're barely making $1 to give an education grant to their whānau, and yet they have to go through a process of many years of negotiating, of engaging lawyers and trying to plead their case so that their whenua isn't taken for the rail spur to Marsden. That's the lived reality of many landowners, Māori and Pākehā. And in giving up our land for the public good, for these roads of national significance, that's whānau land. That is personal property rights. That is whenua tūpuna tuku iho. And many of those who will lose their lands are tauiwi, are Pākehā whānau too. And you are stripping their ability to go to the Environment Court. It is unheard of that the whānau who are going to be victim to this bill will have to go and ask the minister as to whether they will give a reprieve for that family who could lose their land for a rail spur, who could lose their land for a state highway. What on earth is that about? Because that's too much ministerial power. Why should they not have the ability to go to the Environment Court? Don't dangle some incentive payments to them. Don't dangle and expect them to give up their property rights for the benefit of all New Zealand. This isn't just about Māori, it's about all of our whānau and community. Because if you've got a connection to the whenua, you've been farming it, you've had your kāinga there, why should you have to give it up for a state highway coming through or any other public works, public good for the betterment of all New Zealand? Māori have already suffered enough, and now we're seeing it happen because this is going to be an overreach of ministerial power. This will see the way that the minister will come down and they will have the decision as to who will ultimately keep their land or lose their land, because you're removing the right of the Environment Court for the everyday New Zealander to be able to have their time in front of the court. And then you say, oh, well, the Māoris get to go to the Environment Court. I've already said this in the House. It's too expensive. It's hundreds of thousands of dollars to go to the Environment Court. Do the members of the House ever go to the Environment Court? Do you know how much it costs? Yeah, and for hapu who don't have a dollar and whenua Māori landowners, we can't afford it. Sorry about it. Not all New Zealanders are benefiting in this current environment. Not at all. And we have lived experience right now trying to fight developers who are trying to take whenua Māori, who are trying to destroy the taiao. And you're arguing here that somehow public good works takings, these public works, are going to be good for all New Zealand. And us here, as members of the House, need to really think about the ripple effect of dislocation for families. The ripple effect as you remove land from underneath whānau, tauiwi mai, Māori mai, what will happen? People leave the community. People will have to move and shift away because the roads of national significance are coming right through. We've got that in Waioomio right now. The road of national significance, aka State Highway 1, goes right through and separates the marae to the Wāhi-tapu. We have to put signs up and cones in the middle of the road when we go to bury our dead. That's the reality of what we do when we give to the public good. So kia tūpato tātou mā, all of us who support this bill, all of us, all of you who support this, you be careful because there will be ripples for future generations. And how do we turn around and say, oh, aroha mai moko, yeah, we supported it because we thought a road would be good for New Zealand.
Dan Bidwell.
Madam Speaker, this is a great bill. It's going to allow us to get stuff built in this country so that all New Zealanders can benefit from those projects' infrastructure. And I think it strikes the right balance. And I'd like to say a very special thank you to the Select Committee and the Minister and officials, including Land and Information New Zealand, for working expeditiously to get this bill to this stage. And on that basis, I commend this bill in the House.
Yes. Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
And Bidwar to do a short contribution on a bill that he proclaims to be very important.
I look forward to your fulsome contribution.
Thank you very much. 9 minutes and 48 seconds to go. The thing with infrastructure is that for too long in this country there has been a short-sighted approach that has led to the politicisation of infrastructure, that has led to a stop-start approach. And that is the case across successive governments. And what is really clear from the sector is that they cannot get ahead if that is allowed to continue. So the role of the opposition in that is to provide as much certainty as possible, not just to those that work in the sector, recognising that they have been significantly impacted over the last 18 months to 2 years. I'm thinking of the construction sector, for example, that have lost 18,000 jobs. The civil contracting sector that are seeing record levels of liquidations. And of course we acknowledge the impact that those have on the families involved and of course the communities in which they live. They can't afford for things to be uncertain anymore. It's not just them though, it's the prospect of attracting investment into this country. They are less likely to invest in New Zealand if there is a fear that when there is a change of government, and there may well be one soon, who knows, that those investments won't be fulfilled or continued and honoured by any government that follows this one. So the role that we see that for us as an opposition is to take whatever opportunity we can to provide certainty. That is why we have committed to honouring any contract that is signed and work that is underway by this government when we come in, and working with those in the sector to reassure them that we are working with the government wherever possible to provide that certainty. And I see this bill as an opportunity to provide that. The fact of the matter is that the Public Works Act, whilst controversial when it impacts on communities, is essential if we are going to get the infrastructure that we need moving forward. But it is also important to provide certainty to those communities that are impacted as to how that's going to go about. I was thinking as I've been listening to the contributions of the new Manawatu-Tararua Highway. Now, that was essentially a 6 or 7 year project. At the time, it was the largest earthworks project in the country. It was funded and commenced by the Labor government, and it was recently opened. Now, a big chunk of that time was going through the process of securing land for it to be able to go through. Of course, a very, very brief history was that there was the Manawatu Gorge, but then it had to have been closed. I think it was Simon Bridges was the minister at the time, essentially closed it because the number of landslides was too frequent for it to remain open. There had to be an alternative. It couldn't go where the old gorge was. It had to go on the other side of the Manawatu River. But of course, in doing so, it required the government essentially to acquire private land. That's not easy. Some of those families had been farming on that land for generations, and for them to give up that, even if they agreed with the road, which they all did, that was a big ask. And it did take time, but I want to acknowledge the way in which NZTA and the local community, the local iwi, worked with those landowners to make it work, and it did. It's a marvellous piece of infrastructure. It's one in which we are very proud of, and we're very pleased that this government's proposal to put a toll on that was quashed after massive community pushback. That would have been a devastating outcome for the community. The point is, though, is that that process could have been made smoother, and it could have been a bit more certainty given to everybody involved. My colleague, Aotearoa Williams, outlined the areas in which we had concerns about this bill, and I think it's fair to acknowledge the work that her and Rachel Brooking and Tangi Utakere and Damien O'Connor have put into actually trying to work with the government to make this work. That's how these sorts of bills should be done, try and find those compromises, because then if compromises are made, less likely to be changed by future governments, and then people can have more confidence that this is how things are going to operate moving forward. It's not to say that we agree with absolutely everything in the bill, but if you're willing to make a compromise, you're never going to agree with everything. So the Labor Party does support this bill, and we're happy to see it progress, and we would very much like the government to continue to work with us. We have offered to them an ongoing offer to work with us on the RMA reform so that we can give everyone confidence that what is settled on will last the test of time, and we genuinely hope that that will continue. There are other areas around infrastructure and planning laws where everyone wins if we try and find that middle ground that will stand the test of time. So, commend it to the House.
Speaker.
Carlos Chong.
New Zealand have voiced frustration about outdated infrastructure and slow delivery. The stormwater issues we face in Mount Wasco are a clear example why faster and more efficient infrastructure delivery is urgently needed. This bill modernized the Public Works Act to speed up nationally significant projects. This is a balanced reform that delivery urgency without compensating rights. I commend this bill to the House.
Ingrid Leary.
I rise with some pride to hear the name of my whanaunga, Patricia Grace, mentioned twice today in the House. I'm related to her on her Pākehā side, and I have to also mihi to my sister, who I think inherited the English language writing gene and aced her school C with 90-something% and does a lot of writing. So mihi to both of my whanaunga there. I've been listening to this debate and just really want to acknowledge the seriousness of what we are proposing here and the really fine balance that is needed to be struck, because I can hear the mamae from our Māori colleagues in particular across the aisles over in the Greens and Te Pāti Māori, talking about what happens when land that has been there for generations or really forever is deemed to be taken in the public benefit, and also the Honourable Kieran McNulty talking about the farmlands and those intergenerational farmers. Some of them might have century farms, for example, who feel the hurt and feel it very personally if it is deemed that there is a public benefit that requires works to be done. So it is a very fine balance, and I know that my colleagues who sat on the Select Committee gave it an incredible amount of thought, and I feel comfortable that we have landed on the right side due to the strengthening actually that occurred in that committee phase. When I think about the type of situation that we will need this public benefit for, I can look immediately to my own electorate in Tairi and the flooding situation in South Dunedin, where something like these provisions of the Public Works Act providing more certainty but also more facility to be able to get stretches of land or strategic parts of the electorate that would help to ameliorate flooding is incredibly important. And I acknowledge actually the Dunedin City Council for doing just that when the Forbury racecourse came up for sale, and they took what I think is quite a visionary course of action, which was to purchase that land, hold it without an immediate plan, but knowing that it is strategically incredibly important for the future of South Dunedin and how we handle the flood risk and the water table and the rising tides that are happening there. And so I can imagine that in future there will be other flood-prone parts of Aotearoa, New Zealand, that are going to need this type of legislation. So when I look at the bill, I can see that there has been strengthening done around not only certainty but also extensions to enable communities and landowners who do have a legitimate claim to want to debate and to really test out whether the public interest should prevail. Those have been strengthened, and I'm grateful for that. I do take a little bit of issue with some of the government members saying that this is about growing the economy. Actually, for me, it's about critical infrastructure, and the growing the economy line that I hear them say is so much about trickle-down economics. And I'd just like to say that on our side of the house, when we talk about growing the economy, we're talking about investing in people. We're talking about feeding our kids in schools, making sure they've got school teachers who are properly paid, that they can get health care when they need it, that there are hospital staff available. We see that as an investment. It's about investing in people. And this particular bill is about investing in the infrastructure that will support people. So I don't subscribe to the trickle-down economic theory that we have heard from the government. But nevertheless, I do agree that the infrastructure is a very important piece in investing in our people, making sure that they can travel around, that they do have access to the places they need to go, the things they need to do, that we can attract foreign investment, as Honourable Kieran McNulty has said. And for that reason, we do need to have the certainty, and we do need to have agreement on these enabling pieces of legislation, because if we're talking about cross-party support for infrastructure, which I've heard around the walls of this chamber, then we need to start with agreement and cross-party collaboration on the very enabling legislation that enables that to happen. I think what we have seen with this bill is a very good example of that in the Select Committee stage and in some of the very thoughtful speeches that have been given. I do want to again acknowledge that this has not been done lightly, it has not been done frivolously, it has been done with a great deal of care and thought from Labour members, and on that basis I commend the bill to the House.
Tim Costley.
Can I just acknowledge Oliver Crotty, who's here from Palmerston North Boys High today, and like everyone that drives through the live-in Horowhenua area, will be as eager as Suze Redmayne and I are to see that new road start construction imminently. That's why we need this legislation. I commend it to the House.
Tracy McClellan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to just reiterate that for something that often gets talked about or mentioned, Mayor mentioned, is incredibly important. I would have expected the members of the government to make a little bit more, add a little bit more information in their contributions, maybe even to try and flesh out some of the reasons as to why this is important, or to provide us with a little bit of more confidence in the fact that this is something that they're absolutely 100% committed to, given the enormity of it, really, and all of the factors involved with something that is fundamentally acquisition, and what that means not only to individuals but to families and to legacies and to generations. As has been said, this bill has not been taken lightly. There are several aspects to it that I know that the Select Committee worked through, insofar as on the surface it might have seemed like a straightforward thing, but then once some information was added to it, there was complexities and there were considerations to be made to ensure that something could be fair and reasonable. But ultimately, this is about getting those key infrastructure projects done and completed, and the confidence and the forward-looking nature of that pipeline. And so we do support this bill. We support the government's efforts insofar as to aid the construction of that critical infrastructure, and also their retention of the right to appeal to the Environment Court in the case of Māori land. Which is something that the Select Committee grappled with, and I think it's one of those things that came out of Select Committee in terms of some sort of compromise and being able to make a step in the right direction while still providing additional payment incentives under that standard process for this land. There was a lot of talk at Select Committee, and I do remember subbing in or being there for part of that, and didn't get the opportunity to have a proper overview of everything, but there was a lot of talk about appropriate incentives and making sure that whenever you're talking about incentives or any kind of carrot and stick operation, there is a fine balance, and at this opportunity, at this juncture in a process, it is worth spending the time to make sure that that's been well thought out. So we believe the intention of this bill to streamline the process of land acquisition for things that are part of that critical infrastructure, and remembering those are things that are listed in that schedule, is worthy. And but that's notwithstanding the fact that, as my colleague Ingrid Leary pointed out, we do have some concerns and some things that we will be mindful of. So the bill, I think, is fair to say, consolidates a reasonable amount of powers with the Minister, in this case the Minister of Land Information, and it does, objectively, it does remove some checks and balances from the system, so that is not something to be done lightly. The bill is potentially confusing for landowners, and certainly for some landowners. It creates some rules, or a set of rules for some acquisitions, and it keeps existing rules for others, and that is something to be mindful of as well. So these are issues that the government, I think, will need to make sure that they do consider carefully moving forward, and I don't think it's unreasonable to make an assumption that there will be inevitability. There will be people that are that see this as an undermining of property rights. So, Madam Speaker, the bill changes the process, and it changes the process specifically for those infrastructure projects that are new in Schedule 2A of this bill. So these projects are public works that are specifically listed of the Fast Track Approvals Act 2024 and of the roads of national significance. So under this bill, the right of a landowner or person of interest to object to land acquisition in the Environment Court is also being written by a written submission process with which there is no opportunity for oral hearings. And I think that is also something that is important to highlight. The judicial process obviously can still be used for a review of those procedural issues, and these written submissions will be sent to the relevant authority. So those are things that have changed. And on this side of the House, certainly the contributors from Labor who sat on that select committee were mindful of that, and there was, well, the House should take some sort of satisfaction in the process that there were plenty of discussions along those lines. So the Minister must regard every submission when making those decisions. We can take some sort of solace in that and consider the same matters as considering the Environment Court if it was going through that process. But this bill does not change the Public Works Act itself in respect to projects that are not on that Schedule 2, and I think that is worth making and being very explicit about as well. And Māori landowners will still be able to appeal to the Environment Court. The bill will be reviewed after 3 years of enactment, and I think that is something that is absolutely worthwhile. And when we talk about critical infrastructure, it's a phrase that kind of rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? But the word critical is important to evaluate insofar as making sure that it is, and that it is critical, and that it is hefty enough to be worthy of the acquisition powers that come with it, and therefore reviewing the bill in 3 years I think is the right thing to do, and we will be supporting this bill, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Dr. Vanessa Wiening.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in support of the Public Works Critical Infrastructure Amendment Bill as the final Speaker. This is a very sensible and pragmatic addition to our laws, and it means that we can get things done faster. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes opposed.
The ayes are 102, the noes are 20. The question is agreed.
Public Works Critical Infrastructure Amendment Bill, third reading.
Just white piece of paper. Here we go. Okay, so I call on Government Order of the Day number 4.
Summary Offences Demonstrations near Residential Premises Amendment Bill, first reading.
Madam Speaker.
Honourable James Meagher.
Madam Speaker, I present a legislative statement on the Summary Offences Demonstrations near Residential Premises Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website. Honourable James Meagher.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Summary Offences Demonstrations near Residential Premises Amendment Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Hardworking Justice Committee to consider the bill, and at the appropriate time I intend to move that the bill be reported to the House by 4 months and 1 day after the bill receives its first reading, and that the committee have authority to meet at any time while the House is sitting except during oral questions, during any day on a day in which there has been a sitting of the House, on a Friday in a week in which there has been a sitting of the House, and outside the Wellington area despite Standing Orders 193, 195 and 196. Madam Speaker, this bill introduces a new offence into the Summary Offences Act 1981 for engaging in a targeted and disruptive demonstration outside residential premises. I'm sure this bill will be a welcome relief to many MPs, officials and individuals who have had themselves targeted. The bill targets a narrow range of behaviours that can unreasonably disrupt a resident's quiet enjoyment of or access to their private property. The new provision would make it an offence to engage in a demonstration near a residential premises that is directed at a person regularly occupying the property, and importantly, where the demonstrator knows or ought to know that the demonstration is causing an unreasonable disruption in relation to this or another residential premises. Madam Speaker, this government has continued our commitment to strengthening our democracy. The public's ability to protest, which is protected by important rights like the freedoms of expression and of peaceful assembly contained in the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act, is a cornerstone of our free and democratic society. However, over the last few years, we have seen an increased report of demonstrations and protests which target private residences, especially of public persons such as MPs, judges and other public officials. Such demonstrations can impinge on people's privacy, disturb the quiet enjoyment of their homes and create an environment of fear and intimidation for individuals, their families and their neighbours. They also have the potential to deter people, elected officials, from taking stands on contentious issues which undermine our democracy. Just as we value the right to protest, privacy is also a key value of our society. It reflects our respect of freedom and individuality. Unreasonable, disruptive intrusions into people's private spaces are simply unacceptable. In particular, the home is the place where anyone should be able to retreat to, irrespective of who they are or what they do for a job. Current offences do not clearly reflect the importance of privacy in the context of demonstrations and protests that occur near private homes. This has led to difficulties for the police in applying existing offences, such as the offence of disorderly behaviour, and in that situation, even where the demonstration is very disruptive to residents. This is the gap that the new law will fill. The offence created by the bill is very tightly formulated to ensure that it reflects an appropriate balance of rights and freedoms. The ability to protest is protected under the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act 1990, but all rights in the Bill of Rights Act are subject to such reasonable limitations that can be demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. This new offence is such a reasonable limitation. The new offence will not stop people from demonstrating or from expressing their views. What this new offence will do is provide reasonable boundaries about how people can demonstrate near private residences in order to better protect people's rights to privacy and the quiet enjoyment of their own homes. The law will only apply to demonstrations that are directed at a person and which occur near a person's private residence. This includes any place where that person regularly resides, even if it is not their main residence. Demonstrations that affect the enjoyment of or access to a property but are not directed at the person living there are not covered. This could be, for example, a march which passes by that residential premise. That wouldn't be covered under the Act. And the law will only cover unreasonable disruptions for residents. The bill includes a list of considerations to assist police and the courts, as well as demonstrators themselves, in assessing what is unreasonable. That could include things like the time of day, the duration, the actions of the demonstrators, the level of noise and the distance to the premises. The offence will protect all New Zealanders, not just MPs or elected officials. This recognises that a wide range of people could be and have been targeted by unreasonably disruptive demonstrations. The bill itself includes a maximum penalty of 3 months in jail or a fine of up to $2,000. This aligns with offences of disorderly assembly, intimidation and other offences under the Summary Offences Act. Other laws provide for higher penalties for more severe forms of disruptive behaviour, such as criminal harassment or assault. Madam Speaker, the protection of New Zealanders' privacy is fundamentally important in our society, as is the ability to protest. The government upholds both of these values. And so I encourage members of the public to have their say on the bill, the protection it introduces, when the committee calls for submissions later on this month. Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is not as straightforward as the Honourable James Meek would have us think. Here we have what is essentially a privacy right of residences in a home rubbing up against a free speech right, and that is a challenge. And there was the case, I think, of Brooklyn Police, where the Supreme Court found that protesting outside someone's home by singing songs with a guitar was not disorderly behaviour, because it was affected not in a public place, but the disorder was in fact in a private place. So if that's your problem, the easy fix is actually to fix the offence of disorderly behaviour and make it clear that disorder that flows into a private premise can in fact still amount to that offence. But if we pass this law, we will stand apart as being one of the very few countries that claim to be a liberal democracy, which is actually prohibiting a demonstration. This is targeted to suppress political action. And that's not something that in the Labour Party we can support, and certainly not in this form. And it's surprising that the government is bringing a piece of legislation which chips away at free speech rights. I accept, and I know there are people in this House that have suffered from people acting inappropriately outside of their residences. And there are remedies for that. The police do have remedies for that already. But to have a targeted piece of legislation, notwithstanding the kind of purported constraints that it has to be an unreasonable demonstration, it has to be unreasonably disruptive, the point of political action is to disrupt. It is not to be nice. It's not to be convenient. Protest is disruptive. That's what a protest is. Now, there might be some quiet protests, but you don't think the Springbok tour was stopped by people being nice. You don't think that apartheid was broken by people being nice. Now, I know we don't agree. There are people out there with whom we don't agree. There are people with whom I fiercely disagree. And we only have to think about some of the protests that we've seen. Now, protests which cross the boundary, which are trespassers, which engage in genuinely disruptive, disorderly behaviour, the police can intervene. They can do that already. But to say that someone who is being unreasonably annoying can't protest, can't have their free speech rights, can't get their political view across, as much as I disagree with, is a retrograde step. So we in the Labour Party believe that when those two rights rub up against each other, when they knock into each other, that the right of seclusion, the right to be peaceful in one's home, has to be balanced against the right of political action. And we don't think that this government has struck that balance right. In our view, as we see the law, there are tools there that the police can use already and do use already. And furthermore, there is a bill currently, and the Minister, Associate Minister for Police, can have her say anytime she likes, and I look forward to listening to it. But the law currently before this House, the stalking bill, deals with harassing behaviour. And it is exactly directed at harassing and annoying behaviour which is intended to cause distress. So we have an additional tool that will be suitable here. But what I won't see is a law which says you cannot protest. You are being disruptive in such and such a way, and if we see this, what next? Where else can't people express their views? And I know the ACT Party stands firm on these values, so I'm fascinated to hear what they're going to say on this bill as well, because free speech is an important right.
Time has expired. Thank you. Celia Wade-Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I recognise that threats to people's safety or their families' safety are unacceptable, but I would agree with my colleague that there are already processes and legislation and offences to address that. In the regulatory impact statement for the matter of addressing protests outside private residences, it says that this kind of protest has been a long-standing but minor part of protesting. It also says in that there is a lack of complete data about how much of an issue this is. perhaps we should say there is an almost complete lack of data about how much of an issue this is. The right to protest is a fundamental part of democracy. There are protests that I've been part of for homosexual law reform, for protesting about the nuclear testing in Aotearoa, a number of other things. And of course there are protests that I do not choose to join in because I don't agree with them. But everybody has that right to protest. And it's not, and if some people do a silent vigil, I remember the vigil about climate change. There was just one man a lot of the time, Ollie Langridge, standing there silently. And then sometimes, though I don't think my colleagues opposite always recognise, silence is a very good form of protest. They should try it. I am really proud of our New Zealand courts that have declined to balance the right of privacy against New Zealand Bill of Rights Act rights. I think that we should, in this case, take the lead from the courts and not introduce a new offence, and particularly not introduce a new offence with disproportionate punishment. 3 months in prison, $2,000 fine. This is not a parking ticket. It would be really good if some members of the opposition actually read our policy and understood our policy, but there we are. I also think reducing the number of unreasonably disruptive residential protests. There are people who work night shifts. So does that mean that if they happen to be working night shifts, then we need to consider a daytime protest a problem? Or is it for people who are working in the day and go home maybe after their long day supporting Parliament when we're working in urgency until midnight, and the staff, we may enjoy it, but I'm sure some of the staff don't. Is it something that's going to wake them up at 2 in the morning? And sometimes you need to be noisy to be heard to make your democratic point. This is not about threats to human safety. It is not about trespass. It's about creating a new offence when you might be outside a residence. There are words in here about the person knowing where someone lives and choosing to protest outside that place. Or as Mr. Meager introduced, there are various definitions of residence and so forth. But, you think you could almost take it to an extreme, that there are a number of MPs who I believe live in some of the nearby apartments, like the Kate Shepherd apartments during the week. So if somebody's coming and protesting in Parliament, and they're protesting about the actions of a particular party or a particular minister, then they will be heard at Kate Shepherd. You think of all of the banging on the drums and the banging of the pots the other day in a very unplanned but quite lively demonstration, a flash demonstration. You could see it being misused as well. So the Green Party thinks this is disproportionate and punitive sentencing for protesting.
Members' time has expired.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Todd Stevenson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on behalf of ACT to speak on the summary offences Demonstrations Near Residential Premises Amendment Bill. It's been interesting hearing some of the contributions so far. Look, yes, we completely accept that there are two competing rights here, the right to privacy and the right of freedom of speech or to protest and demonstrate. Look, that's very clearly set out in the documents before this House. But what we're seeking to do here is actually have a discussion about how do you get that balance right, and how actually can we ensure that New Zealanders. Some of them will be public officials, but as the Minister in introducing the bill correctly pointed out, this actually can cover all New Zealanders. And again, we've started to see, disturbingly actually overseas, some CEOs and other company officials being targeted in the way that this bill might seek to stop. It's going to go to a select committee, so New Zealanders will be able to have their say, and rightly so, on whether this is an appropriate piece of law to put into place. I also note that all parties across the House had advance notice of this legislation, and so it's not been sprung on anyone. They're actually been briefed on it and about why it has come about. It's also in the legislative statement clear about why the police don't think they have sufficient powers currently. It says police are not clearly empowered to intervene in protests or other demonstration outside people's houses, even when they are causing significant disruption or distress to residents. So I think it is worthwhile at least going through the select committee process and uncovering what powers the police do or don't have currently, but they're saying they don't have sufficient powers. I know for myself, I don't know where other people live, but I know in my main residence, if people were to start protesting loudly in the middle of the night outside my house, maybe shining laser beams, laser pointers into my windows, I would be disrupted. I don't live on some farm where I can get away from people. They would literally be outside of my house on a public space, so they'd be quite entitled to do that, but they could actually be very disruptive, and I actually live in a community where the neighbours are quite close, so they wouldn't just be disrupting me, they'd be disrupting lots and lots of families with small children, etc. And I do not think it's necessarily unreasonable to look at whether that kind of intrusion into my privacy and the privacy of my neighbours and my community would be unreasonable. And again, as has been pointed out, we are actually just adding to the summary offences. The penalties in the draft legislation align with other similar offences. And it's, again, there are some safeguards about what is unreasonable. Again, and actually as the previous Greens spokesperson talked about, you actually do need to look at the time of day that the protest might be occurring, what is the nature of the disruption, etc. So again, there are some things in there. So yes, we totally accept an act that you are balancing two competing rights, but let's dive into that. It obviously has become necessary because of what's been occurring in some parts of our community in recent times. And so let's look at that. Let's do it in a kind of methodical way, actually have a reasonable discussion. And so we commend this bill to the House.
Honourable Casey Costello.
Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to speak in support of the Summary Offences Demonstrations Near Residential Premises Amendment Bill. It is a sad, sad indictment on our democracy that we need to have this legislation. But the fact is, we know we have politically motivated groups who will purposely release private residential addresses of elected officials, of business people, in order to invoke an intimidatory approach to dealing with decisions. So this is the point. We have to balance legislation to ensure that the police, when they're called to provide protections, have the suitable powers and rights to intervene as necessary. This is not a limitation on protesting. This is not a limitation of having your voice heard. This is protection for people's private residence, their children, their families. If we do not do something to protect private residences, as we've seen occur recently, personal addresses of people, even people who are unrelated to decision making, are being put on public platforms to entice people to create this level of intimidation. It is unacceptable that we have to pass a legislation like this, but the reality is the reality. And my neighbours and my children and my mother did not sign up to be intimidated. And intimidation is someone simply standing at the end of your driveway staring at you. That is intimidation. We have heard repeatedly in this House about members who are feeling unsafe, who have felt intimidated, abused and threatened, members across this House on both sides who talk about feeling unsafe. Well, the very least we can do is provide some protections to your home, to your family, and to ensure that you have an absolute right to protest, you have an absolute right to be heard, but that your home will be protected. It is absolutely reasonable to say that we will ensure that voices can be heard, but my children, my mother, my family will not have to bear the price of the decisions or the public position that I hold. And I think there isn't a member in this House that wouldn't see that as reasonable if they actually sat back and considered what this bill is proposing to do. And to scaremonger by suggesting that a protest in Parliament would invoke somebody being arrested because MPs live in Kate Shepherd building is absolutely ridiculous. The bill says that it's targeted at the House. That's what it will be used for. This is about presenting some powers so that when we need protections put in place for private residents, there is a power that the police can use, and we commend this bill to the House.
I think if the police aren't doing their job, then they should check their enforcement rules already. I mean, of course, one should feel safe at your own home, around your own home, to your gate and so on. So, of course, that's any reasonable-minded person in this House would get that. I certainly get that. And in fact, to take my own personal, I've been training and teaching Aotearoa on a whole number of things for a very long time. So we have done what we can to look after those things for ourselves at the same time. And obviously there are some that possibly even in this House who do feel at risk at their gateway or up their driveway or whatever it is. I just want to say ring police. I'd just say that's a 1-1 call. I would say that there are already systems in place that just should take care of that. They should obviously take care of that. That's what I would. Well, when one is feeling unsafe even now, who do you call? Ghostbusters. You call the police. So so that's the point. I mean, there are things in place that are already there. If they're not happening in the right way, then check their practice, check their own systems, but don't suddenly go and put another little bill on the place because there might be 5 or 6 that are having some real feelings about this stuff. I mean, just so you know, this stuff has been going on in homes and families that I know about and witness for a very long time. So if you're having feelings, get your stuff in order, I would say. So this is just a short call, and I don't mean to be disparaging of not all the feelings, but I'm taking this very short call on this because I do think it does need to be prosecuted in a more detailed and better way. But just short enough as a call to show the regard for this, unlike some of the colleagues on the left who showed very little regard for the public's work and those actual serious matters. Thank you. So no, completely oppose it, and others will too. So good evening,
Dr.
people.
Hamish Campbell.
I rise in this first reading of the summary offences demonstrations near residential premises amendment bill in support of this bill. I find it very hard to believe that some members around this House think if you disagree with someone politically, you can turn up to their house and harass their family. A lot of us in this House have young families, and it's totally inappropriate that our children should be harassed for us doing our job. Therefore, I commend the bill.
Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. At its heart, this bill was about restricting the right of New Zealanders to protest, and that right is a fundamental right to our democracy and one that is protected under the Bill of Rights Act. Yes, protest sometimes is noisy, sometimes can be inconvenient, and sometimes it can be really hard for those people who are nearby to deal with. But those are the very qualities also that make protest effective. Protest has always been the way that ordinary New Zealanders have held powerful people to account, and we're concerned that this ability is being curtailed by this legislation. We recognise that demonstrations outside people's homes can cross the line, and there are times when they can be deeply intrusive to families. We take concern about that incredibly seriously. But the answer to that situation is not to just rush through legislation that erodes fundamental freedoms. Police already have the powers to deal with unreasonable behaviour, and I have been a manager within a police policy team when we have dealt with these issues, and we have looked at what existing legislation is there already, and I'm sure that when police have been asked, they will say that we want additional powers. Police always say that when they're asked if they want additional powers, but there's often a process that going and checking what existing about disrupting the public peace, about causing unruly behaviour. There's a series of existing provisions in there that can be utilised if required. So we on the side are not quite convinced that the existing legislation does not provide adequate protections for instances such as those. What we see is that this bill proposes a necessary and somewhat blunt instrument that may well risk capturing legitimate protest activity, and we would not want to see that. We need to remember our history when Pacifica was subjected to the cruelty of the Dawn raids, and I think there's a documentary coming out that with some of the ancestors of the member opposite prevalent in it. It was protesters who took a stand in carrying out reversing on the Dawn raids on ministers' homes, shining spotlights, using loudspeakers, demanding justice. Those actions helped to expose and to end a gross injustice that's a part of New Zealand's history. If this law had been in place, those brave voices might have been silenced, and that should give us pause to have a think about what we are doing here. We know that the Select Committee process will bring some really interesting submissions, and I welcome those. All those community groups who want to have their voice heard should front up to the Select Committee and make sure that they have the opportunity. We're lucky that this is one of the pieces of legislation that isn't being passed under urgency, so New Zealanders do get to exercise their voice and have a say on this. There are also practical issues. Some residents double as places where protest is expected and appropriate, such as embassies, where an ambassador often live on site. Even here in Parliament, the Speaker has an apartment within these grounds. This bill is unclear about how would it apply in those cases, and I'm sure that the Select Committee will be asking those questions. We potentially risk creating confusion for both the courts and the police, who already sometimes struggle to interpret protest law consistently. Madam Speaker, what makes this bill even more concerning is the broader context. New Zealanders are already finding it harder to get by, and under Christopher Luxon and this government, cutting women's pay, making it harder to see a doctor, pushing up the cost of living, pushing up the cost of local water bills. Families are struggling to pay the bills, while this government looks after property speculators and fossil fuel companies. And now, rather than addressing the real issues facing Middle New Zealand, they want to clamp down on the right of New Zealanders to make their voice heard. They've already taken away the right to partial strike, and there's inklings towards other issues as well. New Zealanders deserve to be able to voice their dissent against the actions of the government. We take a different view. We think we should be focusing on what matters, tackling the cost of living, making healthcare more affordable and accessible, and ensuring people have access to warm, dry homes, and making sure when they go to work and get paid, it's enough money to be able to pay the bills. Those are the real issues, Madam Speaker. We know that New Zealand is strong when people are looked after. And we know that part of that strength comes from protecting our democratic rights here in New Zealand, and that includes, Madam Speaker, our right to protest.
Dr. Vanessa Weenink.
So it was a quiet, cold Easter Sunday night at about 9:30 in 2023 when a whole bunch of people turned up on my pavement outside my house, banging on pots and pans with loud hailers, screaming abuse at me, trying to get my attention. And all they did was get more of my attention, of course, but then they got the attention of all of my neighbours, who luckily were the ones who managed to come out and get rid of them. I didn't in any way expect that my family and my neighbours would be put in that situation because of my choice to become a politician. And I do not commend anybody across the House would think that any action like that is in any way okay. And to hear them sit across there and say that that's legitimate ways to protest and get action on things like that is absolutely abhorrent. And I commend our bill to the House.
Venushi Walters.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's a saying that many of us owe our human rights more to protest than we do to the goodwill of politicians. And perhaps not the audience to put that statement to, Madam Speaker, but I think it's undeniable that protest has in so many ways shaped the evolution of human rights. And that we ought to be very cautious about deteriorating that right. In fact, we've seen that happen overseas, where in places like Russia, you've had people hold up a sign that says 2 words and be arrested for that. The attacks on freedom of expression don't happen in full. They happen piece by piece. And I think what's problematic, because I do acknowledge to the members opposite that there are times when you do need to limit the right to freedom of expression. The thing that's problematic about this is that it reduces the threshold of what would count as an arrestable offence from effectively disorderly or offensive behaviour to unreasonable disruption, but it also increases the penalty. So it's not trying to match what a police officer could arrest for in a public space. It's actually creating quite a new offence. The old offence, or the offence that exists under disorderly, is an offence where the penalty is a $1,000 fine. This new offence lowers the threshold, and it also makes it an imprisonable offence. So it is a very different framing against the right of freedom of expression. But again, Madam Speaker, acknowledging there are times when we do need to limit this right, the first question to ask isn't whether this is a reasonable limitation. It's an assessment of the current legislative framework to see whether it adequately responds or not. We have 2 disorderly offences which sit under the Summary Offences Act, which the police do currently use. We do also have the stalking and harassment provisions which are coming through the House, which are drafted very, very broadly. And my read of that legislation is that it could be possible for someone who has concerns to notify the police so that they can provide a notice to the individual or individuals at the scene of a protest outside a house, once that legislation is through the pipeline. Now, arguably, if the police do that, then any continued presence on those grounds could potentially constitute a second offence as well. So the question is always whether what we're doing is essential in terms of an additional limitation of the right to freedom of expression. We have other provisions in the summary offences. We have other provisions, it's actually 2 times over the course of 2 years. So if you had someone who was staying there who was notified once they stayed after that, it could potentially be the second notification. We have other offences as well that the police can use in circumstances like this, including Section 28, being found in a public place preparing to commit an offence. So that's a prior issue that if the police are on site, they're able to then take action, or peeping or peering into a dwelling house where again you have someone who's very proximate. So, Madam Speaker, there is a legislative framework there. I would just say we need to be very, very cautious about taking additional steps in this area because of the chilling effect that will create. 2 more things before I close, Madam Speaker. I do have a concern about who gets prioritised in terms of protection against potential abuse. When we were in government, Madam Speaker, we started work on hate speech law, which was then with the Law Commission. This government has paused that work, effectively said, no, we're not going to look at the abuse that you are suffering. Our Muslim community have said that they are not happy with that. I think it's appalling to prioritise this work before that important work that resulted as a result of the mosque attacks and the inquiry. Finally, I have a deep concern about the layered erosion of rights. When I came back into the House, it was an attack on women's rights to pay equity. Last sitting block, it was effectively the attack on electoral rights. And this week, we're seeing a gentle erosion of the right to freedom to protest. I don't think that this is the government that its voters expected to see. I think New Zealanders should be very concerned, but more than that, Madam Speaker, I think New Zealanders must ensure that they are registered to vote next year.
Tim Costley.
Shameful display from a Labour Party that has lost its way so much. Not one single policy idea. Instead, they just find themselves entrenched in this behaviour of opposing anything that comes up, no matter how logical. No one is removing anyone's right to protest. We are protecting that, but we are also protecting people's right to the quiet enjoyment of their home, whether they are a councillor or a mayor or a business person or a public servant. They have the right. Living in community comes with rights, but they come from responsibilities. You can't just do whatever you want. You can't set up a factory in your back lawn, and you can't just turn up in the middle of the night outside someone going about their business and harass their family. This is sensible, and the Labour Party need to take a good hard look at themselves. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumari ma ngā pōti e whakahe ana.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed.
Summary Offences, Demonstrations near Residential Premises Amendment Bill, first reading.
The question is that the Summary Offences, Demonstrations near Residential Premises Amendment Bill be considered by the Justice Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I call on Government Order of the Day number 5.
Customs, Levies and Other Matters Amendment Bill, interrupted debate on second reading.
The part we got to about this time last week was that the question is that the motion be agreed to, and Honourable Jenny Salisa's speech. Thank you.
Malolele, Madam Speaker, and happy Tongan Language Week. And I've got to say, Madam Speaker, it is so good that Tongan Language Week happens to fall on this week. Usually we are not in session when we celebrate Tongan Language Week. Madam Speaker, as the spokesperson for Customs for the Labour Party, it is my honour to be part of this debate on the Customs, Levies and Other Matters Amendment Bill. And on the face of it, Madam Speaker, when you look at this proposed law, it looks and it sounds very reasonable. It is a bill that's proposed to help the New Zealand Customs Service, and Madam Speaker, it is the oldest department that we have to do its role. And Madam Speaker, Customs has been around for close to 185 years. This bill promises a fairer treatment, especially in terms of returned goods, and it also covers waste minimisation and GST reform. But Madam Speaker, when you look closely and when you read this bill clause by clause and understand better the real world consequences that this bill will have, it becomes clearer, particularly in part 1 of this bill, that it takes an unusual turn. The government, through this bill, gives the executive sweeping powers to impose new levies without adequate checks, and we risk the scales being tipped against the very people who can least afford to pay these levies. So what does part 1 of this bill do? Well, the Minister, through this bill, will be able to amend the Customs and Excise Act 2018 to create an entirely new levy power, because Section 414A will allow the government, by regulation via order in council, to impose levies on virtually anyone involved in importing or exporting goods. Now, the Minister will probably call this cost recovery, but let's not sugarcoat it, Madam Speaker. It is a new taxation power handed to the executive to be executed without direct parliamentary oversight on an undefined group of people for an undefined range of services for an undefined cost. In fact, in section 414A subsection 2, the bill even goes so far to state that when customs actually recovers the costs from those that it can charge these new levies to, it can do so, and I quote, without limitation, which is actually quite outrageous, Madam Speaker. And this matters, and it is important because these levies won't hit everyone equally, and it won't necessarily be fair on all of those who will be affected. So who will actually pay these new levies? We expect that it would affect small to medium businesses the most. The government says that it is about making the system fairer, that it is about spreading the cost of managing goods at the border. But what we in the opposition would like to know is, well, fairer, but for whom? Because in reality, Madam Speaker, small businesses, particularly nowadays, especially family-run importers, migrant and ethnic businesses, Māori and Pacific businesses, and traders, those who are trading on slim margins, and we know that small businesses are finding things really tough right now. They are mostly the ones, most likely to be the ones, who will feel these new levies the most. So, a big importer is most likely to be in a better position to absorb another fee, but a small one with small margins during this time of economic recovery most probably cannot. And guess what happens next, Madam Speaker? Well, those new extra levies and costs are most likely to be passed on. Probably not to be felt by the multi-million or billion-dollar conglomerates, but if you are a mum buying nappies online, or if you're a student ordering your books online, or if you're a senior returning a faulty hearing aid that you ordered online, those are likely to be the ones who will be affected. Another couple of examples of those likely to be affected by this bill is a Filipino family-owned business in South Auckland who started a small import business a few years ago, bringing in culturally specific products and food items from the Philippines, which Filipinos are not likely to find in supermarkets. They are not corporate giants. They probably don't have a customs broker on call, but now under this bill, they could face new levies, audit powers, and possible fines, record-keeping obligations that they themselves did not foresee coming their way. Another example, and this is an example close to my heart, a Tongan community group that occasionally exports donated goods or materials or groceries. And Madam Speaker, I was involved in such a voluntary group. After the tsunami a couple of years ago, this is during COVID times, I and many other volunteers, we got together, we were based from Mount Smart Stadium. We appealed and we were able to get the support of a lot of small businesses, including import and export folks, because we were just a group of volunteers. We did not have any money. And so we were asking businesses to donate containers, to donate some of the groceries that would go into these containers, and many of them did. We also, of course, asked Tongans in New Zealand. There are 104,000 Tongans in Aotearoa, New Zealand nowadays, and many of them donated. We sent a total of 96 20-foot containers to Tonga, mainly of non-perishable foods and groceries. But a group like that, Madam Speaker, is also likely to be caught up in the net of these new levy orders. And Madam Speaker, Clause 6 and Clause 11 of this bill includes enforcement provisions that could see people fined or prosecuted simply for misunderstanding the new complex rules. That's not necessarily fairness. That could be classed as punishment disguised as a policy. But our concerns are not just about fairness on the ground. I also have questions about good lawmaking. Taxation powers should not be handed over lightly. In a democracy like Aotearoa, New Zealand, revenue decisions should be made by Parliament in the open with full scrutiny. Instead, this bill allows the Executive to impose future levies by order in Council, a process that bypasses robust democratic debate. The only safeguard is a vague requirement for reasonable consultation. But reasonable consultation, reasonable to whom, Madam Speaker? However, let me now turn to the parts that we absolutely agree with, which is Part 2. It amends the Waste Minimisation Act. It is a smart and overdue step forward. It empowers customs to collect environmental stewardship fees like the tyre recycling fee under the Tyre-Wise program at the point of import. That is efficient, it is effective, and it reflects the polluter pays principle that Labor has long championed. We also support Part 3, which amends the GST Act, fixes a long-standing anomaly. If you return a faulty imported good or receive a warranty replacement, you shouldn't be taxed again. Madam Speaker, I want to be clear, though, that we are not against customs being sustainably funded. We're not against smart cost recovery. In fact, Labor actually supports this bill at second reading, but we have a number of reservations, as I covered. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Francisco Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to take my call on the Customs, Levies and Other Members Amendment Bill. The Greens broadly support this bill because it enables three key things. It enables customs to establish levies to recover costs incurred undertaking their critical functions. It provides clarification around roles and responsibilities in product stewardship legislation. It allows GST to be removed in certain cases from imported or exported products returned under warranty. While the Greens do broadly support this bill, I want to speak to some of the wider issues and some of the issues that have been that have been raised by the previous speaker. And I do want to speak about the wider issues and difficulties that we have faced in the customs space, and to stress that this enablement of this legislation now is not going to come even halfway close to meeting those challenges. To the point of the bill, enabling cost recovery to undertake its functions, I want to acknowledge all the hard-working customs officials, both in the front lines and on the back lines, that all play a critical role in protecting New Zealand's border, from facilitating the movement of people and goods through our borders, and also all the essential work that Customs New Zealand carries out. They do a vital and challenging job, and we need to acknowledge their mahi and the importance of adequately funding the public services that they provide. To everyone that works in the customs space, thank you for the work that you do. You are appreciated and you are seen. Acknowledging the role of our public service workers in customs is particularly important within the context of is critical, particularly within the context of the current meth crisis. We've seen the spin-off reporting that meth consumption has nearly doubled over the second half of 2024 and remained elevated in 2025. Now, this is a wider public health emergency which will require a coordinated response across government, with border operations playing a critical role in preventing meth. And that's why the cost recovery functions are really important. A March report from the Minister Advisory Group on transnational serious and organized crime warned New Zealand is losing the fight against organized crime as meth seizures reach record levels and signs of corruption accelerate. The group was told by enforcement agencies about trusted insiders at ports and airports helping to retrieve concealed shipments of illicit drugs before customs inspections. So it's really vital that the cost recovery functions that this bill will help enable will help deal with some of the critical issues that they've raised. They further report that New Zealand is the only Five Eyes country without a whole of government national and anti-corruption strategy, and that this has created a significant gap in this country's ability to prevent, detect, and respond to corruption risks in both the public and private sectors. In light of these confronting reports, we do need urgent coordinated action to address this crisis, which this bill will play some small part of enabling. We need critical strategic government investment, and we need cross-partisan commitment which recognizes the scale of the problem and the cost-effectiveness of treating these problems before they escalate further. We need a strategic government approach that actually addresses these issues. How much has the complacency over the past years and successive governments actually enabled and facilitated the scale of this crisis? Are we too hamstrung by the idea of having to realize short-term cuts to actually focus on investing wider public services in New Zealand? Now, this current government would have the New Zealand public believe that they can make the cuts that they did, on the other hand, in 1 year, and then pretend like they're not going to recoup the costs of the cuts later, as is enabled through the collection of levies in this bill. It makes no sense to underinvest in border services, then pay for this tenfold through our health services, to our social services, and most importantly, through the human cost to our communities. I urge this government to go further than this bill, to listen to the expert advisory group on transnational and serious crime, and to get serious about addressing the corruption at our borders, reinvesting in our public services, and adequately fund the border services to address the scale of the threat that we face. And I acknowledge the government has made some moves towards refunding the service in the previous budget. To move towards technical points around this bill, I note that any move towards fuller cost recovery through this bill doesn't come without costs. In the submission through this bill, the Customs Brokers and Freight Forwarders Federation of New Zealand acknowledged that levies are seen as a more flexible and fair mechanism compared to fees, but that the imposition of new levies could disproportionately affect businesses already facing increased compliance costs and global economic pressures. It is a tough environment out there for people in New Zealand, particularly for importers and exporters, which is why we need to be thinking strategically about where we place public resources and being upfront where tax cuts and costs are being kicked down the line. The Customs Brokers and Freight Forwarders Federation of New Zealand also say in their submission that the lack of prior consultation with stakeholders is a critical shortfall. This is a criticism in specifically about this government's approach to the bill, but also more broadly could be applied to the wider problem of the under-consultation that's occurred with critical government bills, such as the pay equity one, which didn't even go through a consultation phase. And sadly, this bill is not immune to this government's general approach to consultation. Unlike a raft of other legislation this government has moved through the House, the risk for this bill does meet requirements, and I acknowledge that for once that this government has listened to official advice and that the officials' preferred option are in sync. The 7 April departmental report on this bill does not recommend any changes based on the submissions that were made, and we welcome the parts of the bill that enable greater efficiency of process and fairness. The clarification around roles and responsibilities in product stewardship legislation and the removal of GST in certain cases for import. Oh, we're nearly there. Is it 6 o'clock yet? Oh, great. Wonderful. In conclusion, the Greens will be supporting this bill, and we really hope that this government keeps the improvements in mind that the previous members supported, and support right to repair. Kia ora.
This debate is interrupted and is set down for resumption next sitting day. The House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. on Tuesday, 9 September 2025. Thank you.